All right. So I think I got everything set up the way I wanted for what it's worth. Let me see. I had to actually change my damn thumbnail. I totally forgot I had the thumbnail set to the to what it was before. Which was wild. But yeah, hope all is well. And I'm just chilling. Yeah. All right. I think everything is fine. Let me see. Oh, that's weird. Something about my stream bit rate. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that one. Kind of weird. You never know how these things tend to fluctuate when you're live. Let me see. Um. Hmm. All right. So posted that to my X account, and all right. Let me see what I was gonna do. Since I kind of came on here just to, I don't know, I was gonna play something, but I didn't really have like an outright like plan of what I wanted to do. I didn't really care. So I was like, let me just go live and kind of like Venus flytrap it. Whoever might pop in, pops in. If it's nobody, it's whatever. Like, I didn't really put much effort into the thumbnail or the tags or any of that SEO stuff. And also, this is not exactly a stream where I'm like prioritizing I'm not prioritizing Tekken. So of course, you know how that goes. So there's that. Um so I'm just firing up my Xbox right now. Just on the big screen. Let's see, they got the, what is this? The countdown sale. Light up the season with our biggest sale of the year. Browse an amazing range of deals or level up your gaming, level up your gifting game. Sale ends January 7th. So yeah, lots of deals for Microsoft. I'm pretty sure for PlayStation as well and everywhere else in between. Lots of games on sale. I definitely have my eye on a few things that I want to pick up. I think right now, I don't know if the PlayStation Store, I don't know how similar the PlayStation Store is, but Over here on Xbox, they got the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for, I think, for like $34 or something like that. Yeah, 34 bucks. So I don't know. I own the first game. Never played the first game. I just own it. It's just sitting in my it just exists. You know when you buy those games and you don't really you just have like quite the backlog. You don't really like you just get them just so you can say you have them, and then maybe you'll get around to playing it. That's kind of how it is for me with Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. And a few other games. I think I have Borderlands 3. I think I must have picked that up. I don't even remember when I bought it, but I think I bought. If I'm not, I don't know. I know I have not even inserted the disc into my Xbox, so I haven't even done that. So right now I'm just kind of just going through the Xbox store right now, just kind of seeing what they got. I did it earlier, but there's so many things they have here. You know, I was kind of just skimming through it, and yeah, so definitely between, I would say, Tuesday and the 7th, I'm definitely going to pick up, you know, something, you know, because there's too many games here that are like, you know, they have pretty good savings. So I'm just kind of browsing through this while I'm talking to absolutely nobody. Let's see. Oh, wow, they got Alan Wake 2. Now, this is a good deal. I guess I could probably just show this on screen. Oh, that's right. I have to set my Xbox for remote. So let me just do that real quick. Otherwise, it's gonna show the PC, but I'm not using PC Game Pass right now. So I might as, if I'm gonna talk about it, I might as well show it. Okay. So let me toggle the full screen. Let's get rid of that part. All right, let me make sure that the sound is coming from where I need it to. Okay. So we got that, and I guess I can okay. Let's switch to game capture. Yep, there we go. Okay, so at least this is on the screen for whomever. Yeah. So yeah, so Alan Wake 2. Wow, $17.99. That's a hell of a deal. That is a hell of a deal. The thing I don't really like about this, and it's really annoying, it's on prior streams. I've had so I've had streams where I would watch, like, say, the trailer of a game, and then for whatever reason I'm getting copyright strikes, and it's like it's it's so goddamn annoying. I'm like, how am I getting a copyright strike? Oh, let me see who hit me up on my phone. Oh, it's just the weather. I'm like, how am I getting a copyright strike for playing what do you call that? A promotional segment that's in the game store of the system I'm on. Like, isn't the point of having a game and a trailer for that game within the, well, in my case, the Xbox store? Why am I getting copyright strikes off of stuff like that? Like, I can understand, like, if I'm using another person's video content, but if I'm just, you know, it's like, I don't know, it's just really annoying. So I think maybe the way around that is to just mute it, I guess. I guess that's the way to, maybe that's what people do. Even though it kind of sucks because you don't have the sound. So if I go and play the Alan Wake 2, just let the preview run, you know, with no sound, it kind of, you know, it's, I don't know, it just doesn't have the same effect, you know, at least in my opinion. But yeah, this game is pretty solid from what I understand. And the fact that it's, I mean, it's $17.99. That's pretty good. So I have a lot of time to pick this up, you know, since I'm not balling on YouTube yet. You know, I gotta consider bills and food and rent, you know, before I can go and, you know, use my money for play. Let's see. I have a friend of mine that he went through this game, and he's like a big survival horror type dude, and you know, he loves this game, so that's good. And you see the ratings, here. I mean, this game has 2,982. That's crazy. 2,982 people or accounts rated this game, and only 5% gave it a 1-star. So if I go to the 1-star, so this person says, whoever Remedy hired to design the maps and level structure lied on their resume about being good at it. Horrible, repetitive, loopy, and frustrating. So this sounds to me, okay, so this guy, he says it's horrible and repetitive. I don't know what game is not repetitive. Every game has a gameplay loop. Hey, what's up, Jules? I'm here just running my mouth. I was running my mouth to myself, but you know, but I'm just kind of like looking over this Alan Wake 2 because it's a I don't know. Alan Wake 2. I've never played it, but yeah, like this game, it's a crazy sale because I said, I don't know when you kind of popped in or when you did, but I was pretty much saying that Microsoft has like their I guess the end of their year sale that runs into January 7th. I can only assume PlayStation has the same kind of situation. So here, as you can see, the game is like $17.99, which is insane, which is a great deal. I mean, 70% off. I mean, that's phenomenal. And then I was just kind of going toward the Xbox reviews, and I pretty much said that this game has 2,982 reviews, and only 5% gave it a 1-star, 3% gave it 2, but 82% of that 2,982 gave it 5 stars. So, because you know, most of the time when you go and look at content creation, most people go to like Steam charts, and I'm like, you know, that's fine, but you know, I'm not a PC player, so the Steam charts don't really make much. It doesn't do much for me because I'm an Xbox player. I'm a console player. So going through the actual Xbox ratings, you know, has more interest for me. So sometimes I'll go and pick a game, and I'll just, you know, out of curiosity and maybe for a laugh, I'll go and watch and read some of the reviews. And, you know, as you can see here, this one says Swing and a Miss. This one is Sweet Baby Inc. 5 hours in, whereas Alan Wake. Now, this is the one that kind of concerned me a bit because I have heard and seen games that they would advertise it one way, like you're using character A, but then as you're playing the game, you don't get character A until like damn near the end of the game. It's kind of like what they did with Ninja Gaiden 4, even though I love the game, but they market it as Ryu Hayabusa. But when you're playing Ninja Gaiden 4, you're pretty much using a brand new character. So this review says Alan Wake is not even an established character, and the developer decides to make him a secondary character in just a second game. Really? The writing is bad. The characters are cardboard. The first game was far better in almost every way outside of the graphic updates. Yeah, I have a friend of mine that he pretty much like he loves the game, but then again, I've been trying to get him for quite a while to make his own channel because he's phenomenal when it comes to breaking down survival horror. He's a big, just everything horror based. He's very good at, and I tell him all the time, like, yo, just start your fucking channel. I'll help you out, you know. But maybe next year he'll do it. Me, I played just about everything, even though I've been, I would say, wasting my time playing Tekken 8. But for next year, I'm definitely going to be streaming a lot more different things because, quite frankly, there's no fucking reason why I shouldn't. And I've been telling myself this for a while. And I'm like, I have Game Pass. Like, I literally, and I've shown this to people, I literally have hundreds of games I can literally pick and play at a moment's notice and play. And I know you've said that, you've definitely said that you'd be interested in watching. And to your point just now, yeah, it does have a dual protagonist structure. To that point, I just don't know how they handle the structuring. But with the game being $17.99, I mean, hell, it might be worth picking up. So, but the fact that I have so many games here that I can mess around with, and that I've been so focused on Tekken, a game that honestly I don't really fucking like, and it's basically a stress inducer. And as far as I'm concerned, the game is just not that good, at least for me. So I'm like, you know, I think it's time for me to just focus on trying other things. Uh, what's up, man? You got one hell of a name, AC35. I get for life. Let's see, Ace 30. Wait, is that at? Wait a second. Okay. Is that Assassin's Creed 35 for life? Is that is that what it is? I'm trying to Aces. Oh shit, you see? Oh man. Oh man, my apologies, my apologies. But welcome, welcome, welcome. But yeah, Death Stranding 2. I've heard mixed things about the game. The first game, if I'm not mistaken, I think the first game. Wait a second, do I have this game on here? I forgot. Death Strand. I think Death Stranding is on Game Pass. I think. Is it? Hold on. No. Okay. I thought it was, but I guess it's not. Because for some reason I thought Death Stranding was here on Game Pass but maybe it's just on Xbox. It's probably just not on Game Pass. Okay. Yeah. Oh, what's up, Flexion? Hope all is well. Yeah, like, just to kind of put, like just like the thumbnail says, I'm just here to yap and chill. Like I'm like this, I was like literally just laying in bed, and there was a couple news. Yeah, the first game is on Xbox. I'll actually show you. I can type it. Death Stranding. Is it? Let me see. Death Strand. Yeah, there it is. Death Stranding Director's Cut. 60%. It's 60% off. There it is. You can see it, right? So yeah, so they got the first game here. I don't know about the second game, but definitely the first game is here, and I can see it's not on Game Pass. So, but it'll probably make its way to Game Pass at some point because I think Kojima, I think Kojima and Microsoft, they've done business before. I mean, hell, that they have the game on Xbox platform, so. But maybe sometime later they'll probably put it on Game Pass at some point. Yeah, the game. Usually when these games, especially when they're like a larger game, like a Death Stranding, they tend to take a while to get put onto like Game Pass. I'm I'm it's like I can say the same thing for like Kingdom Come Deliverance. I own the first game. That's another. A lot of people. I've even heard people make the argument that even though this game right here, it got Game of the Year. Some people I've been seeing on Twitter, they've been kind of critical of the game, Expedition 33. It's funny, I haven't played it yet. I have not played this game yet, and several other games. Like one game that Jules, what you just said, I have not played. Okay, so Visions of Mana, I have started that. I love it so far. I was actually thinking about streaming it. In fact, there was a video I made about Tekken not too long ago, and I don't know, for some reason I just felt like yapping about that dumbass game. And I guess by the time I got done with that video, because that day I was gonna stream Visions of Mana, but I got sidetracked. So yeah, but Visions of Mana, I'm really enjoying that game so far. And I haven't tried the Metaphor game yet. And the thing that you have to realize is if you wait too long, a lot of these games get cycled out of Game Pass. In fact, that's what happened to me with Stalker. Like there was this game called Stalker. It's a Ukrainian game. It had a lot of issues at launch. Let me show you what this is here. Stalker. There it is. Yeah, I think it's this one, right? Heart of Chernobyl. Yeah, this one. And this game has like, it had like a bunch of like issues at launch, and it launched in Game Pass. The same with Expedition 33. And so many of these games tend to have like a year to live within Game Pass unless Microsoft owns the actual company. Like for instance, like Bethesda, Microsoft purchased Bethesda. So I don't have to worry about Fallout or Starfield ever leaving Game Pass. However, a game like this game was made by GSC Game World. So after the year, which this game can, as you could see, it says the release date was November 20th, 2024. So the game left Game Pass literally, I think, that same date, November 20th this year. And then there was a lot of people that had an issue with it because people were, I guess I can understand to a degree that the game was announced for PlayStation, and I guess the version that's coming to PlayStation is going to be like an upgraded, they fixed a lot of the bugs. So I guess the people that were playing this game on Game Pass for the last year, they feel like they were slighted. And I'm like, well, if you really enjoy the game, to just just buy the fucking game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, I don't know, man. I just sometimes question people's intelligence sometimes. Like, I can understand, you know, but at the same time, the game was a part of Game Pass. So, now that it moved on, for those people that played it for as long as they did, if they really like it, then just go and buy it. Especially now that it's what, $35.99. So so I don't know, man. I think people complain about a lot of the wrong things, but it is what it is. But yeah, there's like so many titles here to play. Diablo 4. I was never really much of a Diablo guy, but I did give it a try. And I bought Diablo 4 at launch. And if I'm not, let me see, when did this game come out? Oh, it doesn't show? Oh, that's weird. Oh, it doesn't show when it came out. Or that's weird. But anyway, so I own the game, and when it released, and I think I played it. These aren't usually my style of games, but I enjoyed it for what it was, and it actually looked great. And I think I played this game. I think I got to like the end game. I think that's like kind of like like these type of titles. I think they call them ARPGs. Basically you're just building a character class and you're wailing away on monsters. You're just fucking shit up, and it's just good mindless fun. And then once you get to a certain level, you access what they call the end game, and then there's like a whole variety of different challenges. You can play with your friends, and you can just go into these dungeons and just raise hell and try to survive. So I see the appeal, but I think when I played, they were up to like chapter 2. Like, I think that's what, oh no, season 2, sorry, they were up to season 2. I think now they're up to like season, I don't know what this Lord of Hatred, I think is season 11, if I'm not mistaken. So, but it looks cool. It looks cool. I might mess around with it in next year. But there's like so many games that I wanted to stream, and I wanted to do like maybe like let's play stuff, but procrastination, I'll admit it. Procrastination, getting sidetracked, dealing with like a bunch of Tekken 8 bullshit. Um, you know, I guess I just never got to that. Like I wanted to go through Ninja Gaiden 4, which some of the subscribers, were tuned in for. I think I did like what, the first chapter of the game. And I just kind of just, I don't know, I just kind of dropped the ball on that. So but yeah, there's like a lot of titles to mess around with. It's absolutely criminal that I will admit this, I have not gone through Doom Eternal, which I think everybody fucking loves that's actually played it. I've not gone through Doom the Dark Ages, even though I did the prologue. I did do the prologue on that game. The game, I would say, Doom the Dark Ages has to be, I don't want to say the most, but it has to be one of the most optimized games, the smoothest gameplay I've played. Like, I don't know what they do over at id. What is it? I think that's the name of the company, right? The developer, id Software. Yeah, over at id Software, those guys, they are very good at what they do. They are very good at optimizing and having a game run very well. I think even on PC, I think because sometimes games will be on console, but then the PC version, that audience is like, oh, it's not optimized well, it sucks. Nah, this game across the board is like, pretty solid. In fact, if since it came out this year, I'm actually surprised. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. I think there could have been an argument that Doom the Dark Ages could have possibly, you know, done some damage for being game of the year. I don't know. Um, what's up, J-Main? What's up, man? Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, ARPGs. It was never really. Um, it wasn't really a genre that I really looked at. I was always into like the dragon, as you could see, Dragon Age. You know, even though I will say I do want to stream Dragon Age: The Veilguard, even though it has its issues narratively. But I will say this game is graphically, as far as I can say, it's graphically amazing. It's well optimized. The animations are very good. The combat is out of, if I look at every single dragon, and I have, here we have Origins, Dragon Age 2, Inquisition. Out of all of these games, the Veilguard, the combat, the skills, all shit on all three of these games. Now the story, uh, the story is probably better for all the original three, but that's really the issue I've heard most people say is that narratively the Veilguard failed. And I watched a video not too long ago of a guy reading an article from a person named Jason Schreier. He's like a pretty well-known gaming critic, and he was breaking down why the Veilguard flopped. And I was watching that video, and it was very interesting because I have my thoughts as to what happened with this game, but hearing the other side definitely makes it a cautionary tale. Let's put it that way. But yeah, games like Diablo, games like what's the other one? Path of Exile, No Rest for the Wicked. Those style of games. It's not that I never liked them. It's just that I just didn't get into them because I've been so fixated on the turn-based RPG, and then later evolved into like more of the open world, real-time combat of like, say, Assassin's Creed, Witcher, Dragon Age, stuff like that. But yeah, overall, these are like pretty much my favorite style of games. Fighting games is just something I competed in, uh, but if I'm going to dedicate 5 hours of my time, it's more than likely going to be a game like, an open world game or Souls like or something of that nature. Now this is an interesting game here. Now this game I was very excited for, and I have played it. I played quite a bit of it. The problem with this game is, in fact, many people even say it in the comments. So most of the people, as you can see here in these comments, they say that it overheats their Xbox. They complain about the fan. Some had their, this one says third time posting this, overheats my Series X and completely shuts it down to the point of unplugging it. Funny how Gears 4, 5, and Forza Horizon 5 have no issues with superior graphics. Optimize your game. And yeah, so it's a lot of people here that's complaining about the overheating of the game. And I have to say, yeah, I mean, most of the complaints are the game overheating. The game itself is great. I really enjoy the game, but I have to play it through the cloud. I did out of curiosity, I did install the game. I played the game, and then so I'm here, you know, I wasn't streaming it. I'm playing it. I'm enjoying myself, going through the town. I'm still pretty early in the game. And all of a sudden I'm hearing something like it almost sounds like something is taking off, like it's a fucking airplane. And I'm like, what? So I didn't know what it was. And so I paused the game and I'm like, because I thought the sound was in the game. And next thing, yeah, I'm like, yo, it's my Xbox. I'm like, yo, is this thing about to fucking take off and fly? And like that shit was loud as fuck. Yo, I never cut off a game so fast. I was like, bro, I am not, and especially now with Xbox Series X being like damn near $700, I do not have nobody's six or $700 to buy a new console. So I turned that shit the fuck off. I uninstalled it. But yeah, sometimes developers just they just don't optimize the game well. And that just brings me back to that point with Doom: The Dark Ages. That's a vastly superior game, and that game runs like it's like runs like silk. It runs like silk. If you've never played Doom: The Dark Ages or even Doom Eternal, I would say that is an exercise of graphical superiority, buttery smooth gameplay. If you look up action in the dictionary, you'll probably see Doom or Ninja Gaiden. But not everybody is into first person shooters like that. Oh, what's up, SPR? SPRO, Mr. Spicy Punk Rocker Official. Man, I'm just here yapping, talking games, having a nice stress-free Tekken 8 free stream of just me just running my mouth. I was gonna do this anyway, but I was like, let me just hit the fucking stream and just yap and just marvel at all the games I don't play, that I don't stream, that I should stream, instead of getting rage-hearted and potentially having a stroke while I'm streaming playing that dumbass game. But yeah. But there's just so much stuff, and as I said earlier, I don't know if I mean, I'm pretty sure PlayStation has their own sales going on right now. I don't know if they have the same or similar games that's on sale, but definitely this is a great time to pick up titles that maybe you were on the fence about. Maybe you were like, I'd play it, but it's a little bit too pricey. Yeah, this is definitely that time, especially if you missed out, like, because for Black Friday I picked up the Stream Deck. I think I picked up what else did I buy? I bought Blasphemous 2 finally, and then after that, I had to set aside stuff for rent. I had to set aside stuff for like groceries and shit like that. Real life shit. But this sale, I'm looking to pick up a few things. One game I wish was in Game Pass, but it's not. It's this one called Kazan. This shit right here. Yeah, this game is fucking amazing. This is one of those games that just for the sheer art and just to support, I'm gonna buy this game. And it's $41.99. This game is worth every penny. I played the demo. They did have a free play weekend for this game. I think it was over Black Friday. Again, I think I was making videos on Tekken like an idiot, if I'm not mistaken, and I think I was like working out, and then I was doing a whole bunch of other things, so I didn't have the time to really sit down and like really play the game. But yeah, definitely this game, Kazan. It's basically Dark Souls, or should I say it's a Souls-like, but it's more animation. Great game, you know. So if you're into like challenging Souls-like titles, this is definitely right up your alley. Now, when it comes to rogue-like, that's like a whole different type of genre. Honestly, I've not really been the one for it. I would say I have played Hades. I know they have Hades 2. I guess that game is out. Hades 2. Let me see. Let me see. Is it? Or is it set to drop? It's oh, you know what, actually it's probably in let me go to the store. I think it's a game that's set to come out. Let's see. Coming soon. Alright, let's see what's coming soon. We got this Mio game. Deus Ex. Code Vein 2 is coming out. Okay. Oh, okay. So okay. So maybe it just hasn't gotten to Xbox yet. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, so these are the games that's coming out. Now I will automatic purchase for me, Crimson Desert. I definitely look forward to this. I've been following this game for a long time. I am a huge sucker for open world, just go crazy, like, you know, sandbox type world. Like just give me a world, plop me in there. Let me get lost for fucking 80 to fucking 100 hours plus. Those are my style of games. And this Crimson Desert game, I'm definitely looking forward to that. March 19th next year. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. I would love to play the trailers, but it's like, god damn, it's like I've been getting so many copyright strikes for just playing fucking video trailers. It's absolutely insane. But the game looks great. I'm definitely looking forward. This is like an automatic purchase for me. Free roam, definitely can't wait. I know everybody is looking forward to Grand Theft Auto 6. I get it. I was honestly, it's sort of like I get the reaction of whenever I tell people I've never had a Big Mac, even though I stopped eating fucking fast food like decades ago. But back when years and years and years ago, I would tell people like, yeah, I've never had a Big Mac. People would look at me, you never had a Big Mac? So I say that to correlate with I've never been the one to be in with I've never been one for Grand Theft Auto. I played Grand Theft Auto 4. I played the prologue, like the very beginning. I never played Grand Theft Auto 5. And the wild thing about that is that it's been in and out of Game Pass for years. And every time it comes back to Game Pass, I say to myself, you know what, maybe I'll try it this time. But I never get around to it. I never get around to it, but I don't know. It's kind of like it just doesn't grab me. But it's not lost on me how popular the shit is. Like it's a vastly popular game. It's like the boogeyman of the industry. Like you have many different games, or should I say developers and publishers, that they are basing their release of their game to avoid Grand Theft Auto 6. So that's, yeah. So when you have a game that is so massive that it is causing other developers to steer clear, that's when you know your shit is like is on another level. In fact, I'm old enough. I will always say I'm 45 years old. I'm proud. I'm old enough to remember back when Halo used to mean something. And I can remember when Halo 2, Halo 3, people would fucking call out of work to dead ass play the, even back then with Call of Duty, the same thing. So Halo, Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, and I guess a couple of other games, they weren't releases. They were like events. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, what's up, Kazama? Yeah, I tried. I actually made a video on Fortnite about. Well, yeah, I played Fortnite for a bit. I actually enjoyed it because the thing is, I think I would like to think I would be a decent video game reviewer. And full disclosure, that is something I would like to get into. You have like the gentleman here that just commented, Spicy Punk Rocker. He's I would say he's a up and comer content creator like myself, and he wanted to pivot from what he was doing prior. And so now he's pivoted largely to Tekken 8 content. And he's doing a decent job of it so far. And as he continues along his journey, he'll get better and better. And, it's always upward, right? But I'm using this as an example to tie back to me that for my content, I have so much Tekken stuff on my channel, but it's like I don't like the direction of Tekken 8, and I don't see it improving. I see it getting worse. But for people who can stomach it, like a Lil Majin, like a Main Man Sui, they're making lots of money off the game. It makes sense for them to keep playing it. And there are some people that legitimately enjoy Tekken 8. And many of those people, they have their main. I don't even have my main. My main is Lei Wulong. So it's like it's hard for me to really stomach playing that game for longer than I really need to. And so for me to do my own pivot to go toward more of a variety content type of guy, to where I want to get more into the gaming news. I want to be those channels that, oh, this is what's going on in this game, or this is what's going on over here. And then I'm streaming, maybe one day I'm streaming Call of Duty. The next fucking day, I'm probably streaming Mortal Kombat. Next day, I'm probably streaming After Image, which is a fucking phenomenal game, by the way. I just picked this up. I don't want to be tied to one particular fucking game. And that's tough because when you're a content creator, you have kind of like a few paths. You could be a specialist, right? Where you like, oh, I'm the Call of Duty guy, I'm the Tekken guy, I'm the Mortal Kombat guy. But then what happens if your game, what happens if your game dies? What happens if your game is not doing as well You know what I'm saying? What happens if you just get tired of it? And I don't want to be in that position where I'm playing Tekken and it's like that's like the only fucking thing that anybody is going to watch me for. Like that's the tricky part about doing this whole YouTube, Twitch, you know, that shit is tricky. You know, so when I look at someone like Spicy Punk Rocker here, you know, I guess he likes Tekken, and he's decent at it, and is shifting more so to do Tekken 8 related content. And I think at some point in time, when you're a creator, you know, it's like it could be kind of scary to try to pivot. Yeah, pivoting is tricky. It's tricky, it's risky, because you may have established a following doing something entirely different in an entirely different fucking genre. But then it's like, okay, well now let's say there's a person that might be interested in cars. You know, they developed a following with cars, and then all of a sudden now they want to go into gaming. Well, they run the risk of completely alienating their car audience. Now it's realistic to think that people who own cars, some play fucking video games. I mean, that, you know what I'm saying? But when, you know, you might come from that genre of, you know, you're getting like 1,000+ views on your car videos, and then now you're here making a video game video, and you're barely cracking 20, maybe 100 views. So that, you know, that can fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, damn, you know, I want to make the change, but it's like, you know, it gets very difficult. So I know, you know, I pride myself in being well versed in business and well versed in marketing, that there is a market for everything. There is an audience for everything, right? Just like here, you have an audience for Mortal Kombat. You have an audience for fucking Call of Duty. You have an audience for Battlefield. You have an audience for Borderlands. It's just a matter of tapping into it. That's it. It's not that they're not there. It's just that you haven't found the I guess the magic little formula to crack into it, because the audience is there. And that's why when I was doing my research into this whole, before I started posting on this channel, I already did like research for years, but you know, I was procrastinating a lot, you know, and that was just on me. And also I had a lot of like in real life shit going on back then. And the thing that I've learned from a lot of the larger content creators is that, you know, you can be a specialist in something and you become an authority figure in that particular something, whether you're genre based, where you're like a rooflemonger. He has a weird name, but he's a pretty good content creator, and he specializes in all fighting games. And then you have the other type, which is like a main man Sui, which is like he focuses mainly in Tekken. So, and then you may have and then you go deeper and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to focus in fighting. I'm going to focus on this particular game, and I'm going to focus on this particular character. Now you're like super niche down. So now you become more of an authority figure on that particular character in that particular game. And that's the thing, Maxim. Hold on for a second, because there's like a storm going on here, and I don't know if you guys are hearing it. I am. It's annoying. My fucking door is like slamming in and out. Like I don't know. It's fucking annoying. Let me. I think I need to open up the door. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, like basically it's like hella windy in New York for some reason. And so I have my door closed, but like the wind was like, I don't know, it was like a vacuum effect. It kept like it's like opening and closing the door. It's like making a lot of noise. So I just opened up the door to my room real quick. Um, but yeah, Maximilian dude is a great example of a variety streamer primarily focused on fighting games. Um, and so for me, you know, I always knew that my two biggest strengths is gaming and fitness. But I felt like I enjoy making gaming content more because I love video games. But at the same time, when I'm looking at other channels, because basically the marketing term is benchmarking. So you're basically looking at other creators and you're kind of seeing, okay, so what exactly are they covering? How are they covering it? And what can you learn and, assimilate into how you organize shit? So when I look at like a Luke Stevens, who is somebody I study a lot, in fact, he's actually the one that kind of got me into this whole Stream Deck thing because if some of you may not know who Luke Stevens is, but he's a pretty big variety channel, and I was always wondering what, well, like whenever I see him, he'll zoom in, he'll zoom out, he'll cut to this article, he'll cut to. I'm like, how the fuck is he doing this shit so fucking fast? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm using OBS, and I'm pretty much I'm pretty advanced with OBS now because I taught myself how to use it. But and I'm like, how is he doing all of these operations? And I would notice he had something, I guess, from the perspective of the video, I think with his left hand, I could see something in the video shot, but I couldn't make out what it was. And I described it to a friend of mine, and my friend was like, "Oh, he's using a Stream Deck." And I'm like, "What the fuck is that?" Like, like again, I'm 45 years old. I'm not up on all of this extra technology and shit. And so then I just started researching it, and I was like, "Oh, so that's how." And then I started to notice other channels were, using it. And so I was like, "Okay, you know what? I'm going to go and pick up one. I'm going to go and pick one up." And that's what I did for Black Friday. I picked up the 15 key version. And I'm definitely still a rookie using it. I'm only, I'm not like advanced with it yet. But definitely, if you're a content creator, it is 100% a great investment to kind of get that. Because, there's always room for growth using a device like that. And the fact that I own it, as time goes on and I level up my little knowledge and kind of try different things, I'll only get better at it, at using it. But yeah, when I look at somebody like Luke Stevens, even though he's had some controversy, I'll look at Young Yeah. Sure, some of you may have heard of him. I'll look at somebody like Spawn Wave. That's another great channel. In fact, I look at because Spawn Wave, I think last I checked, if I'm not mistaken, he has I think he has 700, I think he's at 780 something thousand subscribers, which is fucking insane. Luke Stevens has about, I would say about 230-ish thousand. And so what the two of them have in common is they both cover a wide variety of news, gaming news. And that's pretty much what I want to do. And then in terms of like playing the games, I'll look at somebody like a fighting cowboy. I'll look at another guy. His name is Carnage. He's another guy that's been doing let's play content for a while. I'll look at another guy named Renfail. He's another interesting individual. He actually, on his channel, he has a playlist, kind of like how to monetize and how to grow as a content creator. And I was watching a few of those videos, and there's a lot of, he has a lot of good information there, a lot of good information. He actually breaks down the differences between being a variety content creator and someone that's more focused. And much of what he said, I already knew because I've been studying this for a long time, but I definitely like how he delivers the information. And pretty much it's, when you're doing variety content, you have a chance at finding multiple waves that may happen, you know, with like, let's say if a game that you're playing is popping off, you know, let's say all of a sudden you're playing, I don't know, a new game that came out. Well, that game is very, very popular in the first month or so. So you're riding that wave, and then eventually the game kind of levels out, and then you move on to another game. So that's something that can actually legitimately happen. But your channel and or stream may grow a little bit slower than someone that's focused or even hyper focused on one particular game or genre. So if somebody is hyper focused only on Tekken, there's a chance, well, obviously if your content is good, that you will grow potentially faster than someone that's looking to do a little bit of everything. There's that, the chance of that happening is a little bit higher. But if you are getting tired, which a lot of the Tekken community are getting tired and fed up with Tekken 8 with good reason, with great reason, I should say. You know, if you are that type of player and you say, you know what, I want to go and play, I don't know, Street Fighter 6. Well, then now it's like, okay, well, is that Tekken 8 group, is that Tekken 8 audience going to rock with you as you transition over to Street Fighter 6? And a lot of content creators, they, you know, that's a real challenge for them. That is a real challenge. And I think the worst kept secret about that, and this is something that I've come to learn from many years, is you have to aim to be a creator, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch or whatever streaming outlet. You have to try to become somebody that your audience wants to watch because they want to watch you, not just you playing this game. And that's that's like the fucking, that's like the holy grail. If you can get somebody or an audience that wants to just tune in to watch you, like if they're there to come see you, irregardless of whatever the fuck you're talking about, it doesn't matter what you're talking, it doesn't matter. You could be scratching your fucking ass. I mean, not literally, but you get what I'm saying. Like, that's when you know you're on your way to something special. That's when you know you're on your way to something special. And it's very hard to get to that. It's not impossible, but I think that's the holy grail, because when I watch people like Asmongold, when you watch people like Penguin Zero, these are guys that got millions upon millions upon millions of subscribers, whether it's YouTube or Twitch. And I will never forget this. I was browsing YouTube, and was I on YouTube? No, I was browsing wait, I think I was on YouTube. And you know, when you hover over yeah, when you yeah, I've heard of that. I'm not even gonna even mention that in my stream, because that shit is highly controversial. I've seen it years ago, and yeah, it's one of those things you can't unsee it when you see it. So that's all I'll say on that front. Let me see. Lord Honda, how do I feel about Mishima characters? Let me see. Yeah, I don't like. I'll say, like, I'm here to talk about whatever. So if you guys want to talk about whatever, we can yap about whatever. Unless you just want to hear me yap about. If you want to talk about how stupid Tekken 8 is, we can talk about that. We can talk about the good, the bad, the in between. It's whatever. But to your question, it depends. It depends on what era. It depends on what game you're talking about. Because Mishimas, they operate a little bit differently across different games. But I'm gonna assume you're talking about Tekken 8. So Mishimas and Tekken 8 are at this point, they have very few similarities. You know, they have electrics, right? Devil Jin, Heihachi, Kazuya, they all got electric wind god fist, they all have a wave dash. However, their general strategy to do what they're doing and to be effective are two different things. It's two different things. Hey, what's up, Hector? OG Sleep. Yeah, so like every Mishima has their own particular they have their own particular style of play. I've always been of the mind that in Tekken, every character has a certain blueprint. Every character has a certain blueprint, and you can see this based on just the character's moves, understanding frame data. I've tried to cover this multiple times. I've covered it for my channel members. I've tried to cover this over the years whenever I was when I was coaching. Like, for instance, I'll use Lee for instance, right? So Lee Chaolan, I don't have the data in front of me, but Lee Chaolan's forward 3 and his forward 2 they come out at the same frames. So those moves are designed to be used together. I don't know. I think they're both at 20 frames. I don't really know. I'll be honest. I don't even have Tekken 8 even installed. I uninstalled that piece of shit game. So I will reinstall Tekken 8 when season 3 is officially like here. Or well, actually no. When people get the season 3 patch notes, the official patch notes, that is when I will reinstall Tekken 8 and I will do a full stream and I will break down every single fucking thing in that patch note. But between now and then, Tekken 8, that shit will no longer infect my Series X hard drive. And that's how I feel about the game. But But to get back to the point, so Lee, for instance, he has forward forward 2, which is like a very strong move on plus. I think it's like +5 if you choose to go and hold forward to do the dash. And then he has the mid option, which is safe, and a heat engager with forward forward 3. So both of those moves are designed to work with each other. They're designed by frames, because you cannot, like, you can duck the forward forward 2, but you cannot fuzzy guard ducking the forward forward 2. And if the lead player does forward forward 3, you're going to get caught. There's no frames in between for you to fuzzy guard. It's either you're either going to take one or you're going to take the other. And that's when many years ago I realized that, okay, this is the blueprint of the character. This is how the character is designed to be used. Now, you as the player, you can choose to, whether you're ignorant to this, and you can choose to play the character your own way. You can play the character however way you want. But once I learned this with Lei, for instance, and I got further inspired by Cherry Berry Mongo from Tekken 7, when I would watch his Jin. He was one of the best Jin players on planet Earth. And I would see in Tekken 7, most of what he was using was forward 4 and standing right kick, standing 4 with Jin. And at the time, on counter hit, standing 4 with Jin, I think it gave you a free combo or something. But I do recall that they patched it maybe midway through Tekken 7 to where it only, like, they changed what the counter hit property was. But it gave me the idea of, okay, well, forward 4 and standing 4 with Jin, they came out at the same frames. Standing 4 was a high homing attack, and forward 4 was a safe mid that gave you a full combo on counter hit. So I applied that principle to Lei, where I would just say, you know what? I'm going to mix Lei's up forward 3 with Lei's forward 4. Because Lei's up forward 3 was 16 frames. Like it literally was the exact same principle. And this is where I knew that if I was competing back then with Lei in Tekken 7, I would have done a lot of damage. I definitely would have been top 8, top 3 easy. Unfortunately, when Lei was released, I believe on my birthday, literally in 2018, I had already walked away from the scene. So, but looking at what Cherry Berry Mongo was doing, I was like, I can do this exact same fucking thing with Lei, because many people did not know in the Lei community that Lei's forward 4 was a homing attack, and it wasn't properly listed as such in the command list. And no Lei player, even to this day, if I watch a Lei player play Tekken 7 now, no Lei player was using the strategies that I came up with, whether domestically or internationally. Most Lei players, all they were fixated on was haha steps, razor rush, running down back 4, which is basically Lei's hell sweep, and basically playing the whiff game. I was learning different ways to leverage Lei's strengths. And so when I adopted that Cherry Berry Mongo Jin example to Lei's forward 4 for the high homing option, and his up forward 3, which was his counter hit combo mid safe option, both moves were essentially 16 frames. pretty much roundabout. I think it might have been one frame of difference because you have to actually input the forward motion. So you probably have to add an extra frame, but it was a pretty much about a perfect mix as you can get. And the only people that experienced it was the people I played against on Xbox Live way back when, and a few of my friends that I played in player match. And then when I would watch some of the lay players, that were still competing back then, whether it was, whether it was Japanese lay players or maybe even Sukin over in California, who was pretty much I would say he was pretty much my rival, but he was like all the way at the opposite end of the country. And you had Red Re1ated, which was in Texas. And there was like a younger lay player that came on the scene. I think, God, I can't remember his name. He was kind of a young kid. I can't remember his name, but if I seen him, I'd be like, oh yeah, it's that guy. He did pretty well at lay, but there was so many other people that just kind of like, they were okay, but nothing. Like I'd more than like I'd wash them like pretty easy. But what was I talking about? Whenever I talk about lay, I get fucking sidetracked. I could talk about that character for like an entire stream. Let me see. Yeah, so let me see. I think I think I was talking about what Mishimas, right? No, actually I was giving the example of Lee. I think I was talking about 442 mixed with 443. So basically every character in this game has frame perfect mixes, every character. So it's just a matter of what character you're using and just whether you're trying to leverage the high attack, which more often than not usually results in plus frames, versus like the mid option, or you're going for a mid-low option. Like I know, for instance, Raven's quarter circle forward 4 mixed with his quarter circle forward quicksand, which is his hell sweep, they both come out at 18 frames. So that's a perfect mix. But with Raven, unfortunately, because that character sucks in my opinion, he is very, very vulnerable. Like the risk versus reward is it's not as in his favor as like another character. But yeah. I think Lord Honda asked about the Mishimas. But yeah, I think every Mishima in Tekken 8 has pretty much a different play style. I think for a blueprint standpoint, like Devil Jin, for instance, down back 2, back 1+2, very strong mid attack. I think you even see Qdons whore that move out, as he should, because it's a very strong, it's very powerful move. And also it mixes very well with down back 2. Let me see. Devil Jin has a very good grab game. They all share the hell sweep, but they utilize it in a different way. I feel like with like Kazuya, for instance, Kazuya's hell sweeps are primarily used to kind of loop you, knock you down, get Oki. Devil Jin, unless he's in heat, his hell sweep is primarily just to get frames, because I think his follow-up kick just kind of puts you at like -5 or -7 or something like that on hit. Heihachi kind of is looking for a counter hit for his. So they have very subtle differences, and I like that. It's kind of like, when you look at Ken and Ryu in Street Fighter, for so long they were very similar, but now they've differentiated them very, very well, to where they're very different characters. They have totally different game plans. They're similar, in the fact that they both have, a fireball and a dragon punch, but their gameplay, their game plan, their strengths are very different. And it's the same thing with Mishimas. For instance, Kazuya and Heihachi, they both have forward 4, which is that axe kick, which is, if you're using either Heihachi or Kazuya, there's no reason to not whore that fucking move out. But Heihachi, it has more utility for him because I believe Heihachi, if the opponent is ducking and Heihachi does the move, Heihachi, has a stance that he can go into by holding down. And if the opponent crouches, gets hit with the forward 4, hold down, go into, I believe it's his thunder stance, he gets a free tornado combo, easy. And that move, which is, I think, thunder stance 2, it's a high crush, tornado launcher, and it's only -10. So yeah, each Mishima plays pretty differently. I will say, if you want a more traditional Mishima experience, I do think Kazuya is more suited for that traditional Mishima experience. Heihachi is kind of like him with those stances. I mean, I kind of call him Leihachi. I mean, I've been flirting with the idea of kind of using him myself because I do have some good shit with him. But I don't know. And then Devil Jin interests me because so many people like to believe he's like this worst character. He's like the worst character in the game, which is absolute bullshit. There's nothing really wrong with Devil Jin. Don't let nobody tell you fucking different. That's all fake news. But now if you want to argue, is Devil Jin the worst Mishima? Maybe you can argue that point. But the worst character in Tekken 8? Fuck out of here. These are people that they are downplaying the fuck out of that character. Okay. If you really want to see, you go and watch this guy. I think he's a UK player. I think his name is Momo Dog. Bro, if you want to see some Devil Jin action that is not necessarily like a Korean like Hudon's, just go watch Momo Dog. You tell me if he's the worst character in the game. Shit. Fuck out of here. Let me see. When GTA was it 5? No, it's 6, right? GTA 6, Hector asked. Okay. Yeah, I think I mentioned GTA. I'm not really into it, but I'll tell you this much. When it comes to Grand Theft Auto 6, there is a lot of people don't understand this. And in fact, you know what? Maybe I'll stream marker this one because I need to get this off my chest about Grand Theft Auto. So when it comes to Grand Theft Auto 6, I think the thing that people really need to understand, and at the same time, I think people fail to understand, is that Rockstar are not going to release this game until the next generation Xbox and the next generation PlayStation 6 comes out. I understand that there are people that may think that this game is going to come out, but let's just look at the facts. This game has been delayed, I don't know how many times, and recently it has been delayed yet again, and I basically expected it. It did not surprise me. So when I went on to Reddit, I mean Twitter, and I seen so many people bitch, piss, complain, whine about it, I got into a few spirited debate / arguments with people about the whole Grand Theft Auto situation. And I just told people like this. If you look at the pattern and you look at how long they're delaying the game out for, it is pretty clear to someone like myself that follows the gaming industry that Rockstar is aiming to have this game be a launch title for the upcoming PlayStation 6 and the 10th generation Xbox. What they are planning to do with Grand Theft Auto 6, as far as I can see, it is not going to be it's not going to, these current gen systems, the Series X and the PS5, and I can even probably even say the PS5 Pro, are not going to be able to fully handle the sheer scope that Rockstar is aiming for when it comes to Grand Theft Auto 6. I do not believe that. And also, I don't think that Rockstar want to risk, I don't think they want to risk a Cyberpunk 2077 situation, because for people who may or may not be aware, they may or may not remember, when Cyberpunk 2077 was released, it was the next biggest thing. It was the greatest thing since sliced bread, yada, yada, yada. I was following that game even when it was but a rumor. So believe me, I keep my ear to the streets to the gaming industry streets, so to speak. And I can tell you, just to kind of give some context with Cyberpunk, that game was originally set to be released on 8th gen consoles, the Xbox One and the PS4. But what ends up happening is that they kept adding and building and adding and building onto the game, that what ended up happening here is eventually they gained the attention of Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves got on board with Cyberpunk, and they had to create a whole new character. They had to integrate this character into the story. They added more and more graphics. And next thing you know, the game Cyberpunk 2077 literally outgrew the Xbox One and PS4. But CD Projekt Red, the game's developer, they had a problem. The problem was they had already marketed that, and for a while, that this game was coming to Xbox One and PS4. Now, along that time, just to give you guys the full fucking breakdown here, we have the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X. Now believe me, all of this, I'm going to tie this back to Grand Theft Auto 6, but it is important to understand this, and you're not going to hear this from many creators, because you need to understand what's going on with Grand Theft Auto 6. And I'm talking about Cyberpunk because Rockstar is well aware of what happened with CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk, and they do not want that situation to happen with Grand Theft Auto 6. So this is why it's important for me to kind of give that context and break this down. So just to wrap up with Cyberpunk, when the game came out, for those that may or may not remember or may not have bought the game ran like absolute shit on PS4. There was like memes all over the internet about it. Now I had at the time I had the Series X. I didn't have any issues. So when I was watching all of these people complain about Cyberpunk, in my mind, I'm like, what the fuck are they complaining about? The game is godlike. But these are people that were playing it on PlayStation 4. And I think maybe even Xbox One. And I was laughing my ass off watching the videos that people were making, I was like, damn, this game looks awful. But I can tell you this, that game simply outgrew the generation. And this is exactly what happened with Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm even hearing rumors, and I don't know if it's true, that allegedly Rockstar are using AI or something of that nature to where every single character in Grand Theft Auto 6 has their own independent schedule, their own independent AI, like their mannerisms. Like if you carjack somebody's car or some shit like that, that particular character will remember you in the game. If you killed somebody in the game, maybe that character had family members. Like they Rockstar are looking to do something otherworldly with Grand Theft Auto 6. So when I hear things like that, you are going beyond generation. So, and best believe it is going to cost them millions upon millions upon millions of dollars. And you can bet your fucking ass that Rockstar, like a lot of other game developers and publishers, they seen and they did not forget what happened with CD Projekt Red when it came to Cyberpunk 2077. And they do not want that shit to happen again. But at the same time, they don't want to come out publicly and say, well, we're going to push Grand Theft Auto 6 until the release of the 10th generation consoles. They don't want to say that either, because one, Sony and Microsoft haven't even officially unveiled their consoles, let alone a release date for their consoles. So it would be bad for Rockstar to do that and say, hey, our game is coming out with, the 10th gen systems, but Microsoft and Sony hasn't even, shared that info yet. So you have to look at it from a business standpoint. And I know that's and it may sound fucked up, but a lot of gamers, they do not understand business. They understand how to mash buttons and to do their, other bullshit. But this is a business. They are trying to make fucking money. There's a lot on the line for this. And it is not worth the risk to put Grand Theft Auto 6 on current gen hardware. It is not worth it. It is fucking not. Now, there are people that have argued their point to me saying, well, there's going to be a lot more people that's going to have a Series X, that's going to have a PS5 and a PS5 Pro over those that's going to have next gen hardware. This is true. We've seen this going from the PS4, or should I say the 8th gen to now the 9th gen. We've seen that. And also you had all those asshole scalpers out there that basically bought all the fucking systems and was trying to sell them on eBay for like $1,000. Those people can fucking die slow as far as I'm concerned. So there's a chance of that happening. So I want to say, I don't want to say 100% that it's going to be only for Grand Theft Auto 6 for the 10th gen. I will say I'm more like in the high 90% that Rockstar are more so looking to release it as a launch title for the upcoming 10th gen systems. Because what they are talking about and what they're looking to add into that game, I just don't see that game running well on current hardware. I just don't. And they risk a cyberpunk situation, and it's not worth it. They have the money to hold out on next gen. They have the money to do so. Like, this is, I think another thing people don't know is that Rockstar, or should I say Take-Two Interactive, because they're like the main company, they are trading, the last stock I've seen of them, they were trading at $262 per share. Or I think it was either 248 or 262. So they are a very strong, powerful company. They're a company that even I would doubt Microsoft would attempt to buy. Microsoft could buy Namco like tomorrow if they wanted. They could buy a Capcom. They could buy a fucking these, FromSoft. Microsoft could buy that. Like, Microsoft is like a $3.67 trillion company. But Take-Two Interactive is a massive fucking company, and so they have the internal finances to hold off on releasing Grand Theft Auto 6 for next gen hardware and not risk having their game perform poorly on current gen. That's just how I see it. It's not, to me, it's not worth the risk to get a few extra sales from people that's going to buy the fucking game anyway. People are going to, and that's just it. Like, they know people are going to buy the game, but they don't want people to buy the game and the game runs like shit on current hardware. Like, I don't think that Rockstar want that. I don't think, because I know that there's going to be so many people that they will literally sell their left testicle to play Grand Theft Auto 6. I know this. They will literally sell their firstborn child to play that game. Rockstar knows it. People like me knows it. But is it worth the risk for them to put the game out on current gen, and they may get a shit ton of sales, much like Cyberpunk 2077 did, and we all seen what happened there. And many people thought that, there's no way CD Projekt Red would be, would have a negative perception by the gaming community, because this is the company that made one of the greatest games ever made, The Witcher 3, The Wild Hunt, so they could do no wrong. And then almost figuratively overnight, the gaming community hated CD Projekt Red. So you don't think that Take-Two Interactive and Rockstar, they didn't see that and be like, look, let's not, it's not worth the risk. So if they do release it on current gen, I will be completely surprised. But I just don't see it's worth the risk for them. And in all of these delays, it kind of further proves to me that it's like they're buying time. It's like, oh, well, Grand Theft Auto 6 is releasing next year at the end of 2024. Okay. Oh, so we're sorry to announce, everybody, we're going to be releasing it midway through 2025. Oh, we're sorry, everybody, it's going to be releasing the end of 2025. Oh, we're sorry, everybody, it's released. Do people not see the pattern? They're literally just, it's almost like a time extension. And they just, the gaming community just, they cannot grasp and see what's going on. It's much easier to say, we're going to delay the game again for 6 months to a year, as opposed to saying, we're not going to release the game until the PlayStation 6 and the Xbox 10th gen. It sounds very different. So I just don't see that game releasing for this generation. I just don't. I really do believe strongly, as I've been repeating myself in this video, I do strongly believe that Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive, they are looking at the CD Projekt Red Cyberpunk 2077 situation as a cautionary tale. and they are literally coming up with these bullshit excuses every single time they have a delay to try to push the game further out, to try to wait for Sony and Microsoft to bring out their fucking hardware. Anyway, that's all I have to say on that. All right. I guess I'll put that up on YouTube. But yeah. So Mr. Ollie Grizzly, that's a great name. Hope the stream's been well, brother. I guess I appreciate you chiming in. I appreciate that. The stream's been well. The channel has been well. I'm definitely looking to do more with the channel. I'm definitely looking to get more into like different games. I mean, you know, I have like a shit ton of games I could play. It's one of the reasons why I always tell people, like, look, as far as I'm concerned, you know, Game Pass is like, for me, it's like literally the best value in gaming. Oh, you know, I didn't even realize this. I'm just noticing this. Oh, yo, thanks, OG Sleep, with a 10 donation. Oh man, gosh, bless your heart, brother. Bless your heart, man. Let me at least yeah, that is one. I didn't even notice this. I guess because I was busy yapping. I didn't even notice this. But thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. You know, every little bit helps. I will tell you that much. I will tell you that much, man. Man, that definitely made my day, man. That definitely made my day. That, you know, when you know, that's the thing. When you're a creator and you're posting stuff and you get that kind of like that positive reinforcement that people actually vibe with what you're doing. And because a lot of times you like, oh, does people even give a shit? Do people even care? Like, it's cool, you know what I'm saying? And then even those people that are, you know, my channel members, you know, even like, you know, even though it's like what my lowest one is like $2, and then after YouTube takes their like 30%, it's like I get like $1.30 basically. That means a lot, you know, because at the end of the day, people don't have to do anything, you know. And I think and I just really wanted to say that, you know, I think sometimes some creators, not all, but I do feel that some, they get so large that I think some of them, they kind of forget where they come from. And like I said, not all of them, but I think some of them get a little bit too big-headed. And I think they, you know, I think you guys know what I'm trying to say, you know. So it's like just, I really appreciate, you know, people who support me however way they can. I really do appreciate that. And this is the reason why over the course of my content creation, I've had a few videos here and there where I would like literally acknowledge, you know, my audience. I'd be like, look, you know, I put, you know, I appreciate you guys and rocking out with me and all that stuff, you know, becoming channel members. And even though I need to figure out how to get these little emojis, because I know that's a big thing for channel memberships, and I kind of just have the default ones. But some of the people, I guess all of them that are members, I guess they kind of realize it by now that, you know, I mean well and I do what I can. But hopefully, I feel like I got like a little hair that's like kind of like, just because I got like I need to fucking shave. Some of my facial hair kind of gets onto my tongue. It's kind of annoying. Beard problems. But yeah. I see what you're saying, Hector. You ask about Exodus. I'm gonna get to that because I definitely want to talk about Exodus actually. But just to kind of wrap this part up, I really do appreciate people's support And I think it's important for creators to acknowledge and recognize that people that rock out with you on whatever platform, whether it's Kick, I think I've heard of one called Trovo. I don't really know much about that one. TikTok, whatever, wherever you're at, you know, people who watch you, people who subscribe to you, people who comment, like, all that shit, they don't have to do anything. They don't have to do any fucking thing. And I think it's very important for creators to acknowledge this and recognize that. And so thank you. I appreciate that, you know. I guess I could have had that as a separate video too. But yeah, as far as Exodus goes, Exodus, I have one fear about Exodus. I have one fear. And the fear that I have is, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm choosing my words carefully because I don't want to be incorrect, but so the creative director of the dude that masqueraded as a female, that dude that wanted to push the non-binary stuff, the tranny top scar surgery, all that mental illness shit. Oh God, I hope I don't get my fucking stream canceled for that. But anyway, it's the fucking truth. I mean, it is what it is. So that person, hey, what's up, Masatsu? Yeah, I was kind of like in the middle of this, kind of breaking down this whole Exodus game. But welcome. You know, that's the beauty of YouTube, is that you can rewind stream. But anyway, let me just finish this point. So Exodus, that game, as I said, I have one concern about that game. But Exodus, for people who love those type of outer space saga, I guess it's a semi-open world of Mass Effect. The main Mass Effect team that worked on BioWare, worked within BioWare, they left BioWare and created their own company called Arc Entertainment. Now, many of the senior developers of the Mass Effect trilogy, they're the ones that are making the game Exodus. So that right there gives me hope that this game is going to be fucking amazing and could potentially be a Game of the Year contender. You heard it here first. The issue that I have is I've heard rumors that the creative director of Dragon Age the Veilguard, the transsexual, tranny, whatever you want to call that man that masqueraded as a female, I heard that when he left BioWare because of basically the failure of Dragon Age the Veilguard, he went on to a company called I think it's called Wizards of the Coast. I think that's the name of the studio. And then I heard that Wizards of the Coast are publishing Exodus. So I haven't really looked into it. So I'm not sure. And then some of you may have heard of this group called Sweet Baby Inc. That was a very prominent topic that a lot of larger YouTube creators were talking about. So I am very much hoping that the game Exodus has nothing to do with either of those two, that the dude that did Dragon Age and Sweet Baby Inc. I am so hoping that is not the case. Yes, Sweet Baby Inc. Oh, no, I'm not going to crucify you, brother. Not going to crucify you for not. But I will tell you, but I will say Mass Effect Trilogy, which you should be able to buy, back from playing Like a Dragon. Oh yeah, Like a Dragon. Oh yeah, that's the Yakuza game. In fact, that's another game I gotta play. But let me just finish up this point because I don't want to get too sidetracked here. So the Mass Effect trilogy that's currently out, I think it's called the Andromeda Collection. No, is it called it? I forgot what they call it, but anyway, it's a trilogy. They have all 3 games in one. So Masatsu, oh, good. The Legendary Collection. Yes, that's what thanks, Jules. I urge you to play that, to just set aside some time, play that fucking game. Play all of them. It is one of the greatest gaming experiences I've had ever. And I will say, I have been playing video games since I've been 5 years old. This is 1985. And I've played damn near everything. The Mass Effect trilogy is among the greatest things I've played in all of gaming. And one of the things that I guess you could say that made it stood out, because way back when I first seen the Mass Effect thing, the game, the first game, in a magazine. It was an old school magazine. It wasn't EGM. It might have been Game Fan. You guys probably don't even know what this even is, but it was an old magazine. I believe it was called Game Fan. And I remember I was like, what the hell is Mass Effect? And when I read the first few pages, it was maybe about, I would say it was about 7 to 8 pages, front and back. So yeah, so it was about, it was so long ago, but let's just say it was a full feature within this particular magazine. And I knew from the very beginning that this game was going to be something special. Now, mind you, back then, and this is something that I should fucking timestamp this for another video, but it's whatever. This was one of the biggest mistakes that Microsoft did. One of the biggest mistakes, actually there's 2 of them, was Microsoft, and in fact, way back when, I even messaged Phil Spencer, because everybody that's on Xbox knows Phil Spencer's gamer tag. So I actually reached out to him years ago. I think on one of my other gamer profiles, I still have the message. And I said to him, Phil, you have to buy BioWare. Please buy BioWare. Because many people forget that Mass Effect was published by Microsoft Studios. It was a Microsoft Xbox exclusive. Many people forget about this. And it wasn't until Mass Effect 2 that it went multi-platform. So, and Andromeda, I'm going to talk about Andromeda after this. So stick around. We on some Mass Effect shit right now. Man, should I just do a timestamp for this shit? Maybe I should. You know, fuck it. Let me just act like I'm yapping anyway. Let me just do this. I gotta be the proper YouTube creator. So let me try this again. Okay, so I want to just talk about Mass Effect real quick. And there's a game coming out that is, some of you may have heard of it, some of you may not. It's called Exodus. It's made by a developer called Arc Entertainment. Basically, in short, to not kind of like rattle on too long, this developer is comprised of many of the senior developers that worked on the original Mass Effect trilogy. So once many of those developers left BioWare, they decided to create their own company, and they have been working on this game called Exodus for a number of years. Some of you may have heard little snippets about the game. Some of you may have not. I will say that this game is the true Mass Effect spiritual successor. Now, BioWare has had its ups and downs. It's had a lot of downs as of late. If we look at, say, Mass Effect Andromeda, if you look at what happened with the game called Anthem, that game basically flopped. If we look at the most recent Dragon Age the Veilguard, that game obviously flopped, even though despite the fact that me personally, I actually I enjoy Dragon Age the Veilguard because I appreciate it from a combat and graphical performance and music standpoint. The main issue with Dragon Age the Veilguard, which you probably have seen with all of the non-binary top surgery scar mental illness bullshit, was all narrative driven. But if you were to kind of like, you know, I guess delete that out the game, graphically the game looks amazing. The game's composer, many people forget this or don't know, is actually composed by Hans Zimmer. If you don't know who that is, do your research. Hans Zimmer is a legendary composer. So when I found that BioWare got him to do the music or most of the music for Dragon Age the Veilguard, I was surprised. A lot of people don't know this. But anyway, there's been so much happening with BioWare, and, you know, looking at this game, Exodus, it's looking to be, as far as I'm concerned, a potential Game of the Year contender if those people at Arc Entertainment, if they stick the landing and do right by the game. You know, the game features something that I don't think has ever been done before in a video game, and that is touch on the topic or utilize aspects of time dilation. If you are unfamiliar with this, if you've ever watched a movie called Interstellar, it's one of the best movies I've personally watched. Basically, think of it like this: you're on Earth. If you are on a rocket to go to like Jupiter, by the time you get back to Earth, most of the people that you know and love will either be old or dead, because time works differently, you know, on different planetary bodies. So time will run at a certain speed on Earth, but then when you're on another planet or in another galaxy, it's so what the Exodus development team are looking to do, they're looking to add that into this game of Exodus. And if they pull this off, it's going to make story-based choices very interesting, because I can imagine a situation where, let's say if you have party members, and you know how in some of these games, you can't take everybody with you. So let's say if you left somebody on Earth, if you left a party member on Earth, I'm just spitballing here, and you go and do a mission somewhere, and then by the time you get back to Earth, that party member may have aged to where they're an old man or an old woman, or they're just dead, you know? So and the thing is, these are the type of developers that they are creative genius. And we as gamers, we need to celebrate creative minds like that create these type of experiences. Now, they've done this before with the original Mass Effect trilogy, because they did something I don't recall ever being done before. whereby Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, the choices you make in Mass Effect 1 can carry over to 2. So if you killed somebody that is side quest or main quest related, that particular standalone YouTube video. But I urge you, if you are into single player experiences with a very good narrative, I definitely suggest you go on to over to your Instagram or your Twitter and look up the game Exodus and follow them. And because they've already put out a ton of content from like development diaries. And let me tell you what these guys are also doing. If you are also a sci-fi lover, like in terms of reading books, they even have a book that serves as a prequel to the world that you are going to be experiencing within the world of Exodus. They are going all in on this game. And so it is definitely well worth your time. It is definitely well worth your time. I don't know the name of the book exactly. Maybe, I guess, if I do a whole bunch of editing for this video, I'll put the image of the book in the video for B-roll. But they have done so much. And I urge for you to definitely do a Google search, search them out on X. Just type in the game Exodus and follow them. And I can guarantee you, if you are a lover of the Mass Effect trilogy, or even if you've never played the Mass Effect trilogy, if you just love those, I think they call it a space opera type of game, it is the game for you. The thing that I do know is that the lead character, you can make the character, I believe, either man or woman. I believe the character's name is a person named June. And eventually at some point in time, your character gets these powers. And you're going on missions, you're getting crew members. It's basically like Mass Effect. It's just that I guess the mechanic, the twist is that they're having this element called time dilation. And that's going to really change a lot of things. And if they pull it off well, I would not be surprised if other developers may try to, may follow suit. So again, the game is called Exodus. It is definitely, it is definitely well worth your time. I would definitely say, because for me, I've, as an old competitive Tekken player, I've fallen out of love with the game, with the franchise. But my true love has always been like open world games, RPGs. And for me, that game Exodus is, like I said, is well worth your time. They have a whole fucking book. I think they have a few books actually. So it's definitely something to check out. So yeah, but I want to just kind of shift gears a bit and talk about briefly the downfall of BioWare as a studio. The way I look at it is, it's like if you had a favorite restaurant and then all of a sudden, you go there, you love the food, but then maybe you go there next week and the food tastes different. It's not the same quality. And you're like, yo, what's going on? Like, yo, the shit used to be, used to be good. Then you come to find out that they changed all the chefs. The chefs then moved on and he hired a bunch of rookies that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. That's basically what happened with BioWare. So when I look at what happened with the game of Dragon Age the Veilguard, you look at the game Anthem, where EA, unfortunately, they forced BioWare to create a game they've never created before which is a live service game, and the game flopped. And I actually found out that in the early development cycle of Dragon Age the Veilguard, which was originally slated to be called the Dread Wolf, EA was forcing BioWare to make Dragon Age into a live service fucking game. And basically this was just something that was not the right thing to do. Everybody that has played the Dragon Age franchise, they've played the Mass Effect franchise. These are games that are narratively driven. They both, one is out in space, one is set in a medieval dark fantasy. These games are not live service. But EA, the scum fucking company that they are, they ended up buying BioWare during a time that I wished Microsoft bought them. And I remember years ago when Mass Effect 1 was released, many people don't know or maybe forgot that the first Mass Effect game was an Xbox exclusive. It wasn't until Mass Effect 2 came out, that's when it went multi-platform. But during the time when Mass Effect 1 was released, I actually reached out to Phil Spencer. I did, because most people on Xbox, they have his gamer tag. And I left him a message. And in that message, I was basically begging him, please buy BioWare. Because at that time, BioWare, I believe, was an independent studio. And then Microsoft came along to act as the publisher of Mass Effect. Mass Effect went on to be a huge hit, as everybody knows or should know, but Microsoft let them go. And eventually EA bought them. And the minute EA bought them is the day I knew that this franchise, the studio of BioWare, was going to be changed forever. Because all EA has ever fucking done was make Madden after basketball game. They didn't change hardly any fucking thing. Because I can tell you way back in the day, I used to play those games. I used to play the NBA Live. I used to play the 2K. I used to play the NFL, the football games. I stopped once I started to see that there was literally all they were doing was copy and pasting, and they might shuffle the fucking roster a bit, but that was all. It was just a cash grab. So when I saw BioWare get bought by EA, I was like, fuck, because I knew what was going to happen. And what happened came to pass. We would not have gotten Anthem if Microsoft would have had BioWare. Now, I know a lot of people be hating on Microsoft, but the one thing I do like about them, well, actually, there's a few things I like about Microsoft, is Microsoft has a very hands-off approach to development. Microsoft, as a publisher, under Phil Spencer, they will say, hey, what game are you interested in making? Okay, you're going to make this type of game. All right. What do you need from us? How much money? What manpower? Whatever. How can we assist? We are going to leave you to do what you're going to do. If we have an Xbox showcase coming up, we're going to reach out to you to see if you have anything to show. That's how Microsoft approaches shit. EA, they basically force you, if you're under their umbrella, to create live service experiences in franchises that was originally designed to be a standalone single player experience. And so this is why to this day, I hate the fact that BioWare is with EA. That's just my little rant on that. Because even a couple other games, I believe Dead Space was a great game. And you know, that game I believe is also underneath EA, and basically that franchise died. It's a shame. It really is a shame. So I again, to kind of, for the sake of repeating myself, definitely check out the game Exodus. It is made by the people that made Mass Effect, so check them out. Check out their book. And anyway, I guess that's all I'll say about that. I could talk about Andromeda, but I don't want this particular video to go on too long. But let's just say that Andromeda also had its share of issues. It was poorly optimized, and it was rushed by EA to basically EA rushed BioWare to release Andromeda, and that was largely the reasoning why the game was so unfinished and unpolished when it launched. But anyway, thanks for checking me out, and stay tuned for more content. Peace. And that's where I will put a stream marker and upload that later and find it and upload it to YouTube. Anyway, we have Tekken House, who actually gave, wow, a super chat of $5. Thank you so much, man. This is a guy that we don't always get along. Not personally, of course. Personally, we chill. If he ever made his way to New York, I'd share a drink with him any day of the week. But you know, he loves Tekken. He loves Tekken, and he's one of a very elite level King player, and he's coming along with his content, with his channel, and I've always appreciated his support. So much respect to him, and you know, just that when he super chatted, I was kind of in mini YouTube video mode just now. So if he left. Hopefully he'll see this later, that I finally acknowledged him. But yeah, man, because you know, the thing is, I see so many creators, that's what they do. They will literally be live, and then they'll literally talk about something while they're live, and then they'll post it like as like a separate video. And I'm like, I need to do this shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but then my problem was, the people that's watching me live, are they going to get pissed off that I guess I'm kind of ignoring them because I'm kind of talking about X, Y, and Z? So, you know, but then when I'd look at these channels, and I referenced a few of them earlier, one of them in particular is named Luke Stevens. He does it all the time. You know, he'll be like, you'll see him as you're seeing me on camera, and then he'll use his stream deck, and then he'll like zoom in, zoom out. He'll cut to this article, that article. And then when I go to his channel, I'll see his live. Like he'll be live for like 3 hours, but then he'll have a video of him talking about a particular game. So what I ended up doing out of curiosity was I wanted to see where in his live stream did he start to talk about this particular game. And I ended up finding it. And I was like, oh, so that's what he did. He literally, I guess he either stream marked it and he just started talking about whatever. And then he went back to the stream, and then the people, because, you know, I think he has close to 240,000 subscribers. So the man gets super chats like left and right. So he's making a lot of money. So he'll go back and he'll read all the super chats and the messages he missed. And I'm like, that's what I need. That's the goal. That's the goal for me. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to be. You know, I didn't want to be, and I keep saying this, I didn't want to be the American main man Swee when it comes to Tekken. Nothing against that. but I just did not want to be like pigeonholed into just doing only Tekken. And even sometimes I'll see Main Man every now and then. He'll play this game called Dead by Daylight. He'll play that, but primarily he's mostly Tekken. And maybe it would be easier for me if I had my main character in Tekken 8, because everybody pretty much, well, most people I know, especially my fellow OGs, like, you know, like Tekken House and Lil Majin and ShinBlade and all those guys, they have their main character. I don't, you know. I'm using a fucking visitor. I'm using Raven, for Christ's sake. So maybe, you know, what's up, guys? What's up, guys? Main man Sui here. And oh man, that guy is something else, man. I respect his grind, man. He's been at it for so long. I've seen people have some personal issues with him, but you can't deny that the man he is a pillar of the community. You know, he is somebody, he you know, he makes a lot of content, you know, and that's, you know, and I want to do that. You know, and then you have so many different approaches to this. And I was referencing this earlier in the stream with another good guy, Spicy Punk Rocker. I don't know if he's still in the stream or not, where, you know, when you're trying to pivot your content, it's tricky and risky on whether or not your audience will follow with you. You know, because burnout is real. You know, you may be doing a particular something, and sometimes you just might be like, I don't want to do this no more. You know, I don't want to talk about, you know, like if all you do is talk about Tekken, or if all you do is talk about Call of Duty, or all you do is talk about fucking, you know, whatever. Sometimes, you know, you want to express your creativity, and then sometimes you're like, I don't know if people are gonna rock out with me or not. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're at the point where you're using this to pay your bills. You know what I'm saying? So it becomes a tricky thing. But yeah, you know, when I look at somebody like Mike Hollow, for instance, Mike Hollow does, I'm not one to, you know, ask about people's financials, but I would imagine he's doing well for himself. And I see he is such a very measured, he's a very measured man. And he, how can I put it? He's not eccentric. He's very measured. He has a very good delivery. So I see, for me, I see him going in more of a podcasting state. I could see Mike Hollow being like I guess like a Joe Rogan type, you know, like sitting across from somebody, having that conversation. You know, I do feel that he would do very well in that arena. I don't know if he sees that for himself, but I do think that would be something good for him to try. I have every confidence that I could do that as well. So he and we would just approach it differently. But some creators, that's not necessarily their strong suit. Like, for instance, some creators are very good at playing a particular game. They're very good at breaking down a game. But if they had to really step outside of that, they're not that, it's almost like a fish out of water. You know, we each have our own gifts. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we're good at some things and another person is good at something else. And, you know, I just feel that when I look at somebody like Mike Hollow, for instance, yeah, I think a podcast style would be pretty good for him, I think. From what I understand from Mike, he actually had a channel with a friend of his where he did that podcast style. Not sure. I think the last couple of things he has done, because if I'm not mistaken, Masatsu, you're like a mod for him, are you not? Because I see you on his stream so many times, so I'm not too sure if you are, but you know, whether you are or not, you are there. So okay, cool. So so in the last couple of streams I've seen of him, he's been talking with another brother. I forgot his name. He has kind of a bit of a deep voice like I do, but a little bit deeper. In fact, I wanted to. I swear to God, I don't know if he's ever gotten this, but this guy, he looks so much like Jonathan Majors, the guy from Creed. I'm like, yo, they look like they could be brothers or cousins. C4, yes, I guess that's his name. He looks so much like Jonathan Majors, at least to me. He definitely has a strong resemblance. But I've seen that they've been, yeah, yes, C4, yes. So I see that they've been doing a couple of streams together. Look, I don't know if that's what I've been seeing, and it looks like they work well with each other. Now there was one. I did comment on one of Hollow's posts. He did a community post where well, of course, you being the mod, you would know this. You guys had some asshole on. What's his name? CJ. Yo, that guy was fucking insufferable, yo. I watched maybe 5 or 6 minutes of it, and he had Tom Brady on. And Tom Brady I respect a lot. And he's somebody I would love to reconnect with. He recently followed me, Tom Brady. Shout out to real MK Tom Brady. Recently followed me on Twitter. If there is anybody that I would defer to for a fighting game, and I don't give this credit often, it would be him. He is definitely somebody that 100% that should have been hired by NetherRealm to fix the whole Mortal Kombat. Every time I see him on Hollow stream, I so want to get in on that stream and just have that dialogue and give Tom his flowers and be like, look, these guys are completely idiots for not having you as, whether you're on the development side or a consultant for NetherRealm, because I know for 100% if Tom was a part of that MK1 development, MK1 would have been so much better. And even outside of MK1, Brady is one of those guys. Some people just have a mind. They just have such a strong mind when it comes to things where even if he's not playing your game, he has that wisdom and that knowledge to break things down. And I respect that. And seeing that guy CJ go after him like that, it really pissed me off. And if I was in that stream, I would have cursed him the fuck out. And just like that other dude that was disrespecting the guy Blackheart. I don't like seeing that, because at the end of the day, Tom Brady is a man. You know what I'm saying? You don't disrespect another man like that, especially in a public forum. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be on some private shit and then where you can kind of, you're face to face and like, oh, okay, let's see if we can settle like men. But if you're going to be like on the fucking internet, I can't stand that. I cannot stand that. I really can't stand that. But yeah, man. Oh, what's up? Yo, Chad, what's up, man? Yeah, so the thing is with Brady, God, I wanted to say this in a stream. Maybe I'll have the opportunity. Maybe one day I'll be on Hollow stream with Brady and we can reflect on this. But Brady was the first player, the first legitimate player I would say that I beat All right, hold up. Let me because this is such a long time ago. Because now I'm smiling because it's bringing back so many memories. Okay, so Tom Brady is a guy. He is a true OG. He has been around before me. He's definitely the generation before me. And if you're familiar with Tekken, well, you're on the UK side, so you're familiar with Ryan Hart. So Ryan Hart is one of the best UK legends. I had the good pleasure of meeting him at an event one time. Very cool guy, down to earth guy. So Ryan Hart for Tekken. In fact, Ryan Hart played a lot of different games back then. On the Tekken side, we had a player named JOP. He was a legendary OG player in the Tekken Tag 1 era. Tom Brady is also from that same time period of competition, but goes back even further to where he was competing in like original Mortal Kombat tournaments. And so this was back then. Nobody even knew who the fuck I was. I was still playing in my room, maybe Tekken 2 or whatever it was at the time. And so I believe Tom went on to do a strategy guide, I believe, for I think MK9, if I'm not mistaken. Tom was competing in MK9 and I think in MK10. I think he even competed in Injustice as well. I think he used Aqua. I was going to say Aquaman. The DC character uses water. I forgot what the name of that character was. God, I forgot what his name. Aquaman. I think that's his name, right? Aquaman. And what's up, Random Korean? What's up, man? So yeah, Tom Brady is a guy that has been around in the FGC for a long time. He's earned his stripes. Is he without his controversy? No, he did. There was some controversy surrounding him. I think even he would even talk about it unless he has already. I'm not too sure about the particulars. But there were some people that were hating on him. I can't remember exactly the details, but I remember I came across a couple of people that made YouTube videos about it. But I can't speak to that. It's sort of like let's say if I know Chad the third, right? If we're boys, right? If we cool. But let's say if Masatsu has an issue with Chad, but I'm cool with Masatsu as well. I'm not going to allow Masatsu's issue with Chad affect my relationship with Chad, if that makes sense. You understand what I'm saying? So people who may have had issues with Tom Brady, I can't speak to those issues because I can only speak to my experience with Tom Brady, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So my experience with Tom Brady over the many years has always been cool, mad respectful. So, but I am aware that, there has been certain issues on that front. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Like I think, Tom's delivery, he's very passionate, but he's also very professional as well. And I've seen him in that professional mode. And I've done it myself as well because I've been in the industry when it comes to like MLG. This is like years ago, MLG related events and stuff like that when I was a competitor. But a lot of times when we're on YouTube, we play it up to the crowd. We might dial it up to 11. When I'm playing Tekken and I'm raging out a lot of, yeah, am I upset? Yeah, but am I that upset? No. It's all entertainment at the end of the fucking day. But I feel that watching Tom Brady's content on Mortal Kombat 1 and listening to him break it down in a way that I can understand, because I understand the business, I understand design, I understand marketing, I understand all these things that your typical, not to be facetious, your typical gamer, they don't really grasp. So I understand. That's why when I break down Tekken 8, I know why Tekken 8 the way it is the way it is. I can already see that the direction that these developers are more than likely going to take Tekken 8 into, with a small percentage of deviation from what I see them, from where I see them going. But when it comes to Mortal Kombat, Tom Brady is like the equivalent, maybe actually even beyond me. Like my knowledge of Tekken as a player, as a competitor, and as somebody that understands the business, Tom Brady is like that, but for the Mortal Kombat side, but maybe ×2 above me for what I know for Tekken. And that's how much respect I give for him. And I don't give that respect easy, because there's not many people that can really, I would say, mince words with me when it comes to the gaming industry, because I spent so long learning this. I spent so long being with certain developers, certain things that I've done, behind the scenes things. So, and that goes beyond just being a competitor. But anyway, I feel like I'm kind of going around in circles. So, what have I missed in the chat? Yeah, he played Injustice 1. Especially a walking. Yeah, he is a walking encyclopedia. Mike is. But yeah, man, I'm hoping all you guys are doing well. I'm here yapping about. I guess, I'm open for. There's so many things I can talk about, especially with guys like Chad III, which I've had the good pleasure of meeting through Mike Hollow, as well as Masatsu here. As I've come to learn, he's a mod, so that's good on him. And I'm glad to have meet and interact with people. And then of course, Jules for, being a great supporter of the channel. I appreciate her, and just people that, if I was not doing this YouTube channel, I want to be interacting with a lot of you guys. But I would also say, and I've said it before, that, oh yeah, you got questions, I got answers. Believe me. But if you ask a question, just give me a moment to answer though. Yeah, like I'm looking to really just alter, and I've told Jules. And I highlight Jules because she's definitely been in my streams for quite a bit. And I've had a couple other subscribers that are similar, like Random Korean pops in, another guy named Alvin Kim. I have another guy, SpicyPunkRocker. So a lot of subscribers that have been rocking out with me for a while. They kind of know, they have a pretty good sense of who I am, by now. But yeah, like when it comes to retro gaming, I can tell you this. Well, it depends on what you talk about retro. Like, I would love to play the old Knights of the Knights of the Old Republic. I would love to play that. There's an old game called Jade Empire. Another great, in fact, ironically, both those games are made by BioWare, by the way. But yeah, like I'm definitely up for, if you guys got questions, I got answers, especially when it comes to like the industry. If it's Microsoft, there's so much misinformation going on about Microsoft, Xbox. situations regarding Tekken 8, things of that nature, Tekken in general. Let's hear them. Let's hear them. I would definitely play Couture. I would definitely play for 2026. I'm definitely looking to stream more and just stream more games. I've already said, I think in one of the other videos I just recently posted, I said I expect to lose probably a lot of subscribers because I'm not going to be prioritizing and playing Tekken every fucking day. You know, I'm going to be, you know, expanding out to other games. I'm going to be leveraging my knowledge of the gaming industry to talk more about gaming related things. And I would love to be, and I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind, I would love to be, like, say, if be on Chad the Third's platform. We talk about whatever, be on, I remember Spicy Punk Rocker expressed he wanted to do something, being on with Mike Hollow. Usually I usually prefer to talk about more serious topics. Yeah, we can yak it up and talk shit, but you know, I'm more into like, all right, let's talk about the business of things. Like, where's this going? You know, where's Tekken going? Where's Virtua Fighter going? Let's talk to like the more serious shit. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm at this point in my life. But yeah, let me see. Let me make sure, because that's another thing. I'm not the professional streamer, so sometimes I yap about and I gotta catch up on the stream. So definitely retro gaming, definitely aim to do that. I definitely got to get on with making a schedule. I guess the reason why I didn't really do much of a schedule for streaming is because I figure, well, what if I have a schedule, and let's say if I have Tekken on like a Thursday, but let's say the people that want to see me live play Tekken, what if they're not live at that time I'm going on? You know what I'm saying? So I be in my own head a lot, and that's more of a me problem. I can admit that. But I'm looking to just say fuck it and just Nike a lot of different things for 2026. And for instance, I want to play Assassin's Creed Shadows. I love that fucking game, despite what people say. It provides me the most Ninja Tenshu like experience that I can get. But yeah. Let me see. So yeah, Chad, you said you had questions, so I'm here for them. You say, yo, let me get on the mic with you. I love to stream a conversation with you. Yeah, I would love to be, I would do it on your platform, bro. We would set that up. I remember you hit me up one time. You was like, I said to, I think you was going to do it on a Monday, and you hit me up. I think it was like 2 days lead time, but I guess we just couldn't connect or whatnot. But yeah, I'd love to be on your platform and talk about that and different things, because I know you're a Virtua Fighter player. You enjoy Virtua Fighter. For me, just having that conversation on your thoughts on, you know, your experience, your history with the game, who you like in the game, what you want to see coming out of Virtua Fighter 6, and like I want to talk about that. The thing is, I don't have Discord. Well, I have a Discord because, you know, ShinBlade, shout outs to ShinBlade. He finally badgered me into getting a damn Discord. So, but the thing is, I don't know how to use the damn thing. Like, there's so much crazy shit there. I'm gonna have to like literally watch a YouTube tutorial to just kind of navigate the shit. So that is definitely also something that I'm gonna add for my 2026. But definitely, you know, I would say all I would need, Chad, is you set up like what Mike Hollow does. I know Hollow does the StreamYard. I think that's the program he uses, because I'm gonna look into that to see maybe if I can use that. And just give me the link, give me the day, the time, and then we'll do it. We'll get it going. Because I think that's because I remember the first time I was invited on Hollow Stream, which I'm forever grateful for, because he didn't have to do that. So I appreciate him for doing that. I remember I was looking at some of the chat at the time, his chat, and I think people saw me and they were like, I think some guy said, Red looks pissed off. He's here for a serious conversation. and the thing is, I kind of was, because the thing is, I didn't know that Mike was going to have all of those. I think it was like 8 or 9 of us. And I was like, all right, this is going to just turn into a shit show. Like, I'm here wanting to talk about, like, the why Tekken is the way it is. But it ended up being pretty good. And also a Joe Budden. I will be honest. I wasn't sure what to expect from that kid, young kid. All I knew of him was that he did a stupid thing, as far as I'm concerned, but the toilet paper thing. And I didn't know nothing else beyond that. But then once we got into the stream, once we got into the stream, I was like, oh, this Budden guy, he's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. And I can tell that he's a young kid and he made a mistake. And I would have given him some old man knowledge, that if he would have done what he did back in my era, we all would have had a laugh about it and it would have been no big deal. But in today's time, like in today's tournament era, this shit is so, like, it's such a corporately ran thing, and I think that's something else I wanted to bring up, and I think this is important, and I might even stream marker this particular thing to talk about how tournaments have changed from when I started to what they are now. Because I was, in fact, fuck it, let's just start this shit right now. But before I start, let me make sure I get to you guys' comments real quick. So yeah, so Chad, definitely set that up. At least give me 48 hours lead time, because I don't want it to be like, oh, something came up, I can't do it, blah, blah, blah. So at least, like, for instance, if you're going to do it on a Saturday, let me know on a Thursday. Or if you're going to do it on a Thursday, let me know Tuesday. Because I don't want to be in a situation where, oh, this came up, I can't do it. I don't want to be, I want to try to be professional about that. So whatever time is good for you, we'll get that done, because there's a lot that I want to pick your brain about. And, but if you have any questions here, shit, type it up. I'll run my mouth on it. And, anything else, if anybody else has a question or whatever, and, so I need to take a swig of water, by the way, as my mouth is about as dry as the Mojave Desert right now. I didn't even get any food yet, but I'll probably pick something up. It's like 8 o'clock right now. Oh, that's right. I forget. You're over in UK. So it's what is it, like you're 5 hours ahead of me, right? So that's what, 8, 9, 10. What's like 1 o'clock in the morning for you right now? Oh man. And I guess for Masatsu, are you a UK person as well? Oh yeah, both of you UK. Okay. Wow, they're 108. God damn. Jeez. Man, oh man. It's always, I'm always fascinated, and it's a little bit kind of corny, but I've always been fascinated with that time difference. Like right now, I have a friend of mine, he's in Japan right now. So I be asking him, like, what time is it for you right now? And then, or like, I'll be like, this is silly, I'll admit it. Like I'll ask him like, like do a FaceTime with me real quick, just so I can see in real time for him it's nighttime where he's at and it's daytime over here. It's pretty cool. It's kind of silly, but I know I do little silly shit like that. Hey, what's going on, Arctic P1F? What's going on, man? But yeah, I definitely look forward to these conversations. But yeah, like getting back to Tom Brady real quick. Solid guy. I do feel that, again, if he was a consultant or at least significantly a part of the design of MK, I think it would be a much better product, in my opinion. And then as far as Mike Hollow, like I said, I think that Masatsu, you mentioned that Hollow did it before, the podcast style. I think I just see it. I just see that he could be very good in that space. I think he has good delivery. I think he speaks very well. He's very measured with what he speaks on, and I think his style would work well. So maybe in 2026 he may go in that direction. And if next time I talk to him, I'll drive that point home. But for me, I definitely want to be more variety. And I think there's nothing. I think I will still play. I will still play Tekken, but I think I just need to be more scheduled. I think I need to be like, all right, I'm going to do like Tekken Tuesday or Tekken Thursday or some shit like that. Because with Tekken, if I play that shit every day, I'll probably end up in the grave. So like Jules says, I have to, and the thing is, I've said this before. So I'm literally going to force myself to do this. I'm going to force myself to do this. In fact, I think what I will do is I think as it transitions to the new year, I'm going to stream for New Year's, and I'm going to bring it in, even if I only have myself watching, if it's a bot, and I'm going to bring in the new year that way, more than likely. I was thinking on maybe I'll go to the city because I'm here in New York and watch the ball drop. But since I had a really good phone where I could have probably live streamed from my phone, but the phone cracked. And there was a funny story about that I don't know if I want to reveal on stream. But my phone ended up cracking. And so the new phone I have is not that good. So my thoughts of just going to Times Square and live streaming it is kind of like, I might not bother. So I might just stay here, do a live stream, bring in 2026 with me, right here with maybe some of you, or maybe one of you, and just bringing the new year that way as I'm playing some Assassin's Creed Shadows and just finally playing games that I want to play. And I think maybe some of you wouldn't mind checking out. But like I said, I think having a schedule, I think my subscribers and my members that just want to see me play Tekken, I think that would also work, because it's not like, well, I would figure they would say, at least he still plays Tekken, just not as much, but we have our own time the way he does play Tekken. At least I think that's kind of how that could work. And like Random Korean says, that's even better. I might even borrow that. Suffering Sunday sounds much better. Suffering Monday, I think suffering. I mean, I guess it could work. It could definitely work. And I will definitely keep the suffering part. Maybe, that's my little branding, I guess, So I'll definitely keep that. But yeah, definitely having a particular time, particular day. I think that would be pretty cool. Suffering Sunday. It does have a nice ring to it, don't it? And like, because I thought about, Madness Mondays or Monday Madness. I tell you, like, I think at the end of the day, when you have a what is that old saying? If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And I think I've been on YouTube long enough to where I think I have a decent size audience, even though I have over 2,000 subscribers. But anybody that is a content creator, that if you have 1,000 subscribers, it doesn't mean that all 1,000 are going to be watching all your videos or all your live stream. You might have like maybe 10 or 20% of your total subscriber base. So, I do see like the people like Random Korean, like Jules, like Alvin, like Lux, like SpicyPunkRocker, whenever, because he's a content creator as well. So whenever he has time, he'll chime in every now and then. And other people that, seem to just, they'll chime in, every now and then. But the vast majority of my subscriber base, I think they just kind of, I think they just subscribe, and it just like, maybe they're not even on YouTube. They just subscribe for support. And I think you have a lot of people like that. Like, even when I look at, say, Mike Hollow, for instance, right, to use him again as example, he has about 23,000 subscribers, right? Well, would that necessarily mean that he's getting 15,000 views on every single video he does? No. And the same thing goes with even larger channels like Asmongold, who has like over 4 million subscribers. Like he'll have like, maybe 1 million on one video. He might have like 100,000 on another video. So it's like, when I started to see those types of patterns, I started to kind of be a little bit more, I wouldn't say receptive, accepting of the fact that I might make one video and get like 50 views, but another video I might get 1,000, because that particular video, maybe a lot of my subscribers, they love to hear me rant or talk about Tekken. And then it's like, okay, well, if I were to follow the YouTube blueprint, then I would just put out a Tekken video every fucking day. But I don't want to do that, because I feel, one, that's disingenuous, because I'm not doing it because I really like the game. I don't like Tekken 8. I'm be honest. And I don't want to be that creator where, oh, well, this guy, he's just farming for views, or there's a term I've heard, content farming or some shit like that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that guy. And I felt like I was kind of creeping toward that a little bit when I think I was kind of making videos on Raven, and I was like, oh, Raven is this, Raven is that. And then I'm like, well, I don't know how many times I can go back to the well without it being kind of cringy. So I don't want to go in that realm. And then at the same time, I can't deny that Tekken 8 has brought me a lot of viewers. It has brought me a lot of subscribers, but I don't want to be disingenuous about it. And I don't want to be that guy that's like, okay, like it's the worst game in the world, because Tekken 8 has its issues, but I've played worse games. You know what I'm saying? I just don't like, honestly, if it was up to me, and if I could just get rid of heat and rage entirely, the game for me, and I think a lot of other players, it would be so much better. Then the developers could just, they can tweak and fine tune the character balancing. But once you get rid of that bullshit fucking mechanic, both of them, it now we can get back to Tekken. But as it stands now, I'm just not a fan of it. And it's like, for me to, there's nothing wrong with having a rant every now and then, but I feel like I don't want my whole channel to be the Tekken rant channel. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen other creators do shit like that, and I don't want to go that direct. I don't want to go that direction. Trashing. That's a good one. Trashing. It's funny, if nothing else, the Tekken community has very creative terms for the game. I've settled on Casino 8. We got Trashing. So a lot of players have a lot of different names for Tekken 8. But yeah, man, I just don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. Because if I'm being perfectly honest, the game does look amazing. The Tekken 8, it is a visual marvel. It looks phenomenal. It is definitely a technological leap. The developers did put a lot of effort into those characters. The netcode is vastly superior. I understand some of you guys might think otherwise, but again, you're listening to a 45-year-old man that competed online hard body on Tekken 6 and Tekken Tag 2. So much so that I actually was flown to fucking California and competed in the Tekken 6 Nationals. So when I tell you that if I'm comparing the Tekken 8 netcode to that of Tekken 6, that shit is night and day. Tekken 6 literally felt like I was playing people as if they were from an entirely different galaxy. And the thing is, what is hilarious, right? Is when I decide to like Google my own name, believe me, like not Google, but YouTube, because I do have an older channel. You know what I should do? You know what I gotta ask you guys. So I did not think to do this, but since I'm live, would you guys want to? I'm just curious. I'm curious of something. Do any of you guys want to see some of my older matches, some of my older interviews when I was a younger man? I'm just curious. I'm curious. Maybe if there's maybe more than one of you, I don't know. Because I thought about making a video, and so you know what? Let's do it. Fuck it. Let's do it. Because you want to talk about rants? Oh my God. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I'm about to do this. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm about to do this. I haven't. The only people that have seen these videos is like those from my, like, oh my God. Okay. All right. Let me see. Should I just log in, or should I just, all right, I'm going to open up another tab, and I'm just going to, because I know the minute I go here, I know you guys are going to see it on the stream, and you guys are going to, and the reason why I didn't want to do it was because I wanted to establish this channel, because what ended up happening is there would probably be people that would subscribe to that older channel, and I'm like, no, subscribe to Red Re1ated, because that's the channel I'm working on right now. But But yeah, so let me show. I gotta show you this. Okay, this is wild. I can't believe I'm about to do this. Now, I will say, this is Pepper Beef Too Spicy. If you guys know who he is, he basically recorded this 12 years ago. So I'm about to show it, and because a lot of my footage was captured by other people, and I'm thinking about just kind of screen record, because it's essentially my content. It's basically me playing. And I was just gonna re-upload it just so I can have it. Just in the event, let's say Spicy Beef, let's say if he deletes the video, that's an aspect of history of me that I don't want to risk having lost forever. But all right, let's go over to, let me minimize that. And so this is gonna be me. All right, fuck it. This is. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm doing this. Okay. So, all right, here we go. So let's go, and we're just gonna watch. Fuck it. This is a trip down memory lane right here. So hopefully you guys will hear it and see it. So this is the pre-match hype between me and, yes, I did fight JDCR.
Fred, where you gonna play at? They're playing here. Yeah.
You're good.
You know,
This is gonna be sad.
I am honored and privileged
I am mentally.
to face my first Korean since Tekken 5.0.
It is gonna be a full.
I think at this time, I just couldn't. I had trouble with the controller adapter. Right now, for whatever reason, I can't watch this with you guys and have the chat on at the same time. So right now, because oh, and I was drinking. I had vodka and cranberry in that bottle, by the way, and that's Fab right across from me.
I got money on one round.
You know what? You should let me win one round so you can lose your money. Fuck that shit.
Hold on. I did say I would. Come on, I would do one. One round? I do one round. I think you're gonna get one round too. One round.
These guys are
No, I think
assholes.
one. You said zero. Yo, Red will get a round.
Motherfuckers was taking side bets on if I could get a round off of this guy.
I got $2 on. I got $2 on one. So okay.
This is so bad. Yo, y'all are horrible.
Zero. I got 5 on 0. You better get one. You better get one.
Make sure this shit is playing.
Yeah, that's yeah. For me, that was a PS2 controller.
I get one round because there's no late players in Korea.
He knows.
You guys can hear it. Is the sound okay?
That's all I see. I don't see no ball, no lane, no link shot.
Yo, Red, stop talking. I want you to get around.
Let's get to the match.
I was so fucking wasted in this video, in this tournament. I was literally walking around just drinking my fucking ass off. I would go back to the hotel room and just refill the shit up with some vodka and just be like, I mixed this shit up. I was like, fuck it.
No round? Hold on. All right, ask him if he's gonna play.
All right, so let me go on to this one. Let's see. So this is the actual match.
You're fucking perfect. All y'all go to hell.
Oh my God.
Composure.
Oh my God. Only in America they finish string. Only in America. Oh God.
Stomp on your nuts.
You in boxers, you don't need them big ones. Oh God. It hurts. Oh.
Punishable.
I wish Lay still had that, but they took that away from him.
Not very effective.
Should have been on a light bulb. Ready on this ass. Come on, man. Make it look free. Come on, Rock. Look at that 4 in a row.
Oh, that nigga serious about it.
Yo, this ain't Tekken 5. Get out of here. Oh. Let's get it, Red.
Oh, not punishable.
Oh, my God.
Break the wall.
My man just...
So anyone want to change their bets? Anyone?
Nope. I'm a grown man. I keep mine.
You grab that nigga, son.
Yeah!
I take that nigga's defense.
No.
No! Go to the wall.
Go on, son. Oh, you're gonna die.
Break ya!
Ooh.
Man, you got to grab him, so put your hands on him. They're not used to the grab.
Breaks every grab.
Oh.
Shiny wizard.
No. Oh, he knows how to punish. You can't be doing that.
Grab. I'm grab.
Nah, he knows about this.
That's right, Tyson, that nigga. Tyson.
Say goodbye to your health bar.
He's up all for it.
All for it. What?
It's okay. It's not gonna live. It's okay. No.
I'll get back to that once the match over.
He's done. He's done, so he's done. He's done. He's done. He's done. He's done. He's getting up. He's getting up.
One more round, JDC. One more round. That's in true form right now.
How is he hitting me? I sidestepped this shit. You guys game suck.
You're going right. You need to go left. You're going right. You're going towards the strong side.
No.
That launch punishable.
That is awesome. Oh, man.
Yo, JDC, you just sold me something. How the fuck is that hitting me?
Up kick! Up kick! Up kick! Finish your plate! Finish your plate!
That's over. GG.
Did you know right?
Get out!
Silence.
Silent.
Got like a little bit of life. Oh, yeah. No more.
And go!
Back in the corner. Kick you right in the fucking teeth.
That nigga
Silence that shit.
That nigga said, if you...
That was a pimp drop. Get that round. Get that round.
You have a chance!
Let's go, Red.
Okay, that's enough.
Someone got their money. So, I got mine. Someone got their money.
Oh, it's over. He's coming back. He's showing you right
Get this motherfucker.
Composure! Composure!
Oh, he picked safe option number one.
He's coming. It's over. They don't got those in
Down one! Go down!
Not second five.
Oh!
Game got his money.
Now I get fucked up. The man started to grab me to death. Oh man, I think the liquor was wearing off.
He's got throws.
Oh man. Yeah, I kept looking at him because I was like, I knew he wanted me to fucking to crash into the. Oh shit. Yeah, that shit was hilarious, man. All right, let me go and see what you guys are saying right here. All right, let's see, because I couldn't really check out the chat at the time. Yeah, yeah. Most of the, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's some people that have played Lei in Korea, but most of the more notable ones like Ranka, Tetsuo, you know, they're basically Japanese. But yeah, I've been using Lei for pretty much forever, and he's my character. And there was a time where I was arguably the best Lei in the United States. Arguably. The only other people that were like more known, or yeah, I would say more known was probably Sukin user from California, Elite Venite in Texas. There was another player named Ani Stampa in Florida, but he was okay. We actually ended up playing at an MLG event. I think it was MLG DC. It was a Major League Gaming. It was a pretty big league at one point. And I actually got a chance to meet Sukin for the first time. We played a first of 5. I won 5-4. It was really close. He gave me a lot of respect. and just that he traveled more. He had, you know, better, I guess, life circumstances or whatever. You know, I wasn't able to go to as many tournaments as I hoped. Even at the time, I was kind of with this group called Empire Arcadia. I'm still affiliated with them to this day, but back then we were going to a lot of different tournaments, and this was where we were the first ones, honestly, and this is a hot take, but we were really the first ones that were pushing for fighting game sponsorship. I can't speak how things were going over in the UK, but over here in America, I would like to think that we were very instrumental on doing that sort of thing. Because at the time when we were playing, most of the time, hold on. Who was hitting me up on my phone? Oh, okay. Yeah, most of the time, fighting game tournaments were held in like hotels and, you know, things of that nature, which is nothing wrong with it. We were small time. Fighting game payouts weren't that high. And, you know, I mean, outside of us, you obviously you had Atlanta, right? But they were primarily Tekken. And then you had California, but we here in New York with Empire Arcadia, we wanted to do something that was we wanted to have the type of sponsors that first person shooters had. And because a lot of times players, you know, they wanted to get sponsored, but they didn't understand what being sponsored really meant. They didn't understand the responsibilities. They were pretty much not understanding their worth. So these were things that I decided to teach myself specifically about business, about marketing, about public relations, advertising. So I literally taught myself, and I would go to like different trade shows and different industry shows, and I was trying to you know, try to get to know, you know, try to, you know, do insider type work and try to position Empire Arcadia, you know, in a better position to do certain things within the industry. One of the best times I had was being able to have a first early look at the very first Gears of War before it was released. They did a big kind of like a private kind of showing here in New York at the Lincoln Center. I think Gears of War came out in 2006, so this was 2005, and that was incredible. I was able to get to know some of the executives at Epic Games, who at the time was the publisher for Gears of War at the time, until they sold it over to Microsoft. So I've been around. It's just that, unfortunately for me, what ended up happening is that I had so much character loyalty to Lei that Lei as a character, I mean, let's face it, Lei was just not as good of a character as somebody like Steve Fox in 5.0 or Law. Tekken 5.0 Law was fucking stupid. So, and then let me not even talk about Feng Wei in 5.0. Like, that was almost unwinnable unless I was that much better than my opponent. So I was up against fucking overwhelming odds to even make a name for myself using Lei, where the only thing that Lei players really did was either a haha step, razor rush you to death. Like, there was really no stance usage. There was no real, it wasn't nothing. It was just more cookie cutter bullshit from Lei users. And when I came on the scene, I was prioritizing stance usage, snake style, pokes, and resets and things of that nature. And I just was not seeing a lot of that outside of America or even in my country. I wasn't really seeing that until I started seeing this guy named Sukin User, who I was like, okay, now this guy is good. But because he was like on the other fucking side of the country, I mean, it was no way I could really play him. And then also he was on PlayStation. I'm on Xbox. So even when Tekken, you know, we had online, I couldn't play him because we were on different platforms. So my history in this franchise is a lot. And then I guess since I'm talking about history, I literally trained fighting GM 100%. I will forever be proud of that. In fact, once upon a time ago, his original name was Heihachi 56. That was his original name. That's what he called himself. And I had very good memories of those times. I guess you can say it's almost like maybe like a little brother almost, you know. Many people didn't like GM. Many people found him to be annoying. And a little bit, more people than they found to be awkward. I would say that. And, but yeah, there's a lot that I can talk about that. You know, it just, I have so much history in this scene that sometimes I look back at it and I'm like, where did the fucking time go? Like, you know, it's just the amount of people I've met, you know, meeting Lil Majin. There's a match I have with Lil Majin. Well, it's not on my channel, but it's somebody who recorded it. It was 19 years ago. Bruh. 19 fucking years ago, I played Lil Majin. Unreal. You know, it was something. It was something. Good times. I would say if I feel like Tekken 4 was ahead of its time. Tekken 4, if you take away the character balance bullshit, if you take away that, I think Tekken 4 marked a very significant change in the franchise. And I think that the backlash, I think for it, but mostly from the characters, because Tekken 4 Jin was absolutely broken. Tekken 4 Nina was absolutely broken. Ling Xiaoyu was bullshit. Tekken 4 Kazuya was really fucking annoying. But if you take away those situations, and Tekken 4 Lee, oh my god, I still think to this day Tekken 4 was the best version of Lee ever, 100%. That motherfucker was on some other shit. But again, this was long before even GM was really even around. I would say now Ling is still bullshit. But to answer your question, I think people have mixed opinions on Tekken Tag 2, but a lot of people feel Tekken Tag 1 is generally looked upon favorably. Tekken Tag 1 was obviously, for me, a favorite because this was one of Lei's best games. You know, I think Lei was absolutely amazing in that game. If I was competing, I mean, I was competing, but it was nothing significant. It was like me going to like the local arcade. If the arcade had like a little tournament, you win like a few prizes. I don't count my competitive anything until really I got to Chinatown Fair, which was a very prominent arcade here in New York. And that's when I started playing Tekken 5.0. and then a player by the name of Realist, a very good Julia player, and he was a part of this group in New York called Team New York, and he took me to my very first major, and my very first major was in New Jersey, and I remember to this day it had 109 players. Wait, what was it? I think it was. Well, the thing I remember was I took 9th place. I think that's what it was. I took 9th place out of 109 or 108 or so players in my first like tournament, and with Lay. And that's actually where I first met Tom Brady, because I actually had to play Tom Brady in that tournament. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'd have to ask him. I don't know if I wouldn't even think, believe it, bro. When you talk about history, I'm one of the missing gems. I don't know if Tom would remember, but I think he's the one who beat me and took me out the tournament. I think, because I think if I would have beat him, I would have gotten the top 8. And I think the thing is, I don't remember. I don't know if I beat him or if I lost to him. I can't remember. But I do remember he was using Raven, ironically. That was so ironic. 100% Tom Brady was using Raven in that tournament. And that much I do remember. And that was fucking wild. That was also when I first met Jin Master. And listening to the story, because Jin Master and Tom Brady, they know each other very well. I don't know if they've kept in contact over the years. But yeah, it was a lot of history. Then I went on to have my rivalry with Jin Master. I'll even play this. This guy Jin Master made this video. Oh my god. Fuck it. We go. I'm gonna show it. This is history right here. It makes me feel good. Even I lost the match, of course, but I did get my comeback though. But later on, this was. Let me cue this up real quick. God, this was so long ago. Can't believe I'm about to play this. This is like embarrassing. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, wow. This is an old... Oh, I don't even think I've even seen this particular video. Oh, no. Okay, it's the same video. Okay. Wow, this was fucking April 1st, 2006. Holy shit. This is crazy. Okay. All right. Fuck it. We got to play it. Okay. All right. Now this was...
That's done. Show how it's done.
God, this bitch was such bullshit back then.
Look at this fucking shoulder workout right here. That's Tom H. walk right there. Great. Oh!
I hate that fucking grab.
I don't see no jab juggle.
I don't know how the fuck I didn't tech that, but.
That's right.
Unleash the offense. The full offense. Before he can play half. No sandbagging.
Good block.
That's the offense.
Owie.
Ah, god damn it. It's like still like looking like it like the me now I would have not done that down back 4.
Look at that crouch cancel.
Oh. That's right.
Ah, I was so fucking mad because I thought he was gonna. That was my counter. Like the thing is with Nina. All right, at this point, I have to fucking say this. I have to say this. At that point, as you saw, I fucking raged out because the thing is with Nina at back then, what Jin Master would do, and most Nina players really base their style off of Jin Master. That was just kind of just, you know. So her down forward 1-2, down for 1-2, down for 1-2, Lei is able to do back 3. So what ends up happening is as Nina is coming in for the down forward 1-2, Lei will kick her in the face for a counter hit. But what Jin Master did, as you saw, he fucking made the read and did her shut up move and launched me. And I was like, fuck. I was like, God damn it. All right, let me get back.
Mr. Potato. This got whole business.
Oh, that's SMP right there. This is another Virginia player.
Where's the realist?
That was I think that's Bronson Tran right there.
Fucking guy's got a chair up on my grill. We need to make an edited version for Jin Master's kid in a couple of years.
Damn. Even had damn. Is it in you, Red? Gatorade and shit.
Shit. This guy fucking almost jumped on
There's
me.
my signature red.
This man is fired up.
Good block. Parry, I mean.
Okay. Dead time. Oh. No. I'm going big. You're awful. Fuck this bitch. Like fucking bison. How's your fucking talk to the players? No.
See, right there. That was the back 3 right there.
Boy, make that shit count. No. Make that shit
God, oh my! If I get my character in Tekken 8, it is such a fucking rap. I swear to God.
Love you, Jeffrey. We only get past it. There. Yeah, it goes count.
Ah, this dumbass bitch. See, I just did it to him just now. See, when she does the down forward 1-2, because in this game it's such a fucking broken string that it's very hard to deal with that. But Lei was one of the only characters that had something that he could use, which is I'm like the only other fucking player that actually managed that. See, this is the reason why he's doing down forward 1-2 and 1-2 and he's staggering it, because he knows there's a chance I might do a back just like that. I just did the back 3 just now if you saw it.
Fuck. God, like fuck.
Sam!
Look at that little cuteness.
I feel this guy named human recycling, man. One step higher.
Fucking nonsense.
Keeps us cool.
He gets up on the fucking chair. I take him off the chair. I'm like, you ain't gonna be celebrating like that on me, bro. Fuck that. Shit.
There'll be no standing on stools after beating Blood Red. Fuck that.
You pick that motherfucker up.
Yeah, you just got tossed, bro.
Man, call me on a fortunate ass counter hit. Y'all seen that shit. Watch my fucking video.
Oh my god. This is little edits. I was like, fuck. Because I really thought he was going to do another down forward one. I really thought he was going to do another one. But it's good. It's good time. Fuck all that. I still feel that loss to this day, 20 years later. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, it was crazy. Yep. That was a lot of people called me back then, Bloody Bison. Yeah, Nina has always been pretty much the queen. She's always been insufferable. I remember all those guys, Only Practice. Yeah. I didn't have the chance to play him though. I played another top level Nina player in Canada called Moxinjin. He was very fucking strong. He hit me with something that I wasn't even familiar with. So I ended up losing that. But yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, it was wild. And then it's like, there's this match I had at MLG on the stage. I think it was against Clint. I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna let that play, and I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. But I end up losing that match. But I lost that match not because he was better, but I lost it because I did not know that Kuma could stance cancel. I had no fucking idea. I barely knew the character in general because I remember, I think this was like Tekken 6 maybe. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you guys the UK. Yeah, man. Shit, man, next time, man. But thanks for sticking around, bro. Have a good rest and a stress-free day today, doing whatever you got going on. But yeah, like I have so many memories, and that's the thing that that people don't understand. Like, people will say, oh, well, if you don't like the game, then don't play it. Like, these people don't understand. Like, when you've been playing like this franchise as long as I have, and seeing it turn into the shit show that it's turned into, it's bothersome, and it's hard for me to just say, okay, well, I'm just gonna go cold turkey. I'm just gonna stop playing Tekken, and that's just gonna be it. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work, at least not for me. Like, if this was like Marvel vs. Capcom, a game that I didn't really fuck with, or Dragon Ball Fighters, which I kind of played a little bit and then I just stopped after, it basically turned into like a one-touch kill kind of affair, that's different. But I've been playing Tekken literally for all my life. I mean, for 30 fucking years. So, and I've come to know so many different people. So it's hard to just like, oh, I'm just not going to play. Like, it goes much deeper than that. And only people that have competed, It's different when you just play in your house. Oh, I played Tekken for 10, 20 years. Yeah, but did you go anywhere? Like, do you know what it feels like to be on a fucking plane ride back, knowing that you could have done better at a tournament, but you didn't because you were too gun shy because whatever fucking reason? Like, do you know what it's like to compete on a big stage and have people chant your name? Like, if people can't relate to that, then they can't talk to me about, you know, being having the same feeling I have. Like, they can't they just can't. And it's different. And it's like I wouldn't say I retired from it's so I developed an appreciation for Raven, but I see for Tekken 8, pound for pound, the character just cannot compete. He cannot. You know, you can get over on somebody online, but like, even when I watch the so-called Raven savior of Pena, I watch him and I'm like, he basically dies in the same way I would. Like, you either get you either get out prioritized, you get rage arted, or you lose against a character that's going unga bunga on you when they're in heat. It's usually one of the three. To answer your question, my other real main is Steve Fox. But since Steve has kind of turned into the over here type character, you know, it took me a lot longer for me to adjust to Steve, or Tekken 8 Steve, whereas you have somebody like ShinBlade, who Steve is his main character, and ShinBlade, what's the word I'm looking for? He adapted to Tekken 8 Steve a lot faster than I did. And I was playing Tekken 8 Steve much like how you played Tekken 7. And what's up? What's up, man? Josie, Fifth Gear. So I was playing Steve, you know, I wasn't playing Tekken 8 Steve. And you know, so by the time I kind of caught up, to me, I just felt like I lost interest. And then I got more and more interested in Raven because everybody kept saying, oh, he's this, he's that, in terms of like, he's a bad character. And I wanted to see for myself, because I was never the type of person to just run to top tiers. That's not me. But I can tell you this much, using Raven, or if you're playing a game and you decide to use the lower tier character, you're able to see a lot more of the issues of a game than if you're using a top level character. You know, if I was using Anna Williams in Tekken 8, I don't think I would really be as flustered or frustrated with Tekken 8. I would still have issues with the game, but one, I would win more. Two, I think it would mask a lot of the issues. But when you're using a lower tier character that does not have a lot of the firepower these other characters have, you get this reality that, yeah, this game has a lot of issues. And while the issues are character driven, the issues are also mechanic based, because, as I've said, not only are you having to deal with your opponent, who happens to be either as good as you or better than you, but you have to also deal with their character, and you have to deal with heat and rage. So maybe you got the better of your opponent. Maybe you got the better of this guy, and then now he pops heat. Now his character is like on some fucking UI Goku type shit. But if he didn't have that heat, you would have won. So so this game, it's like, I question the legitimacy of a lot of the players that play this game. And that might sound fucked up to some people. It might sound salty or whatever, but that's just how I see it. I can't see how, I don't know, man. It's very frustrating, especially when you are a person that understands the design of the game as I do, where the Namco developers literally came out and said, this game is designed around aggression, but yet you have a mechanic in Rage Arts that basically does the exact opposite, because if you're too aggressive, you're gonna fucking run into an unchallengeable Rage Art that's gonna screw you out of a round that you should have won. Now, while people will say, oh, well, it's launch punishable. Well, you bet your ass it should be launch punishable. But it's the fact that there is no direct challenging the move. And I have gone, oh my God, there's so many people over the months that have defended this bullshit mechanic. They would say things like, well, I don't get hit by it. Rage Arts don't bother me. That's fine for you. See, this is what I've come to learn about being in the industry and being in different gaming communities. Just because something doesn't affect you, it does not mean it is still not good or not bad for the game as a whole. And that's something that a lot of gamers don't see. And I used to hear this a lot in another franchise that died called Soul Calibur. After Soul Calibur 2, do you know how many tournaments, Tekken tournaments I went to that also had Soul Calibur as a side event? And I would hear many of the players complain about this character or that character, calling for this character to be banned. And the other players would say the following: well, I don't have a problem with the character. Just step your shit up and get good. And what ends up happening? Little by little, the Soul Calibur numbers dried up. People said, fuck this game, and we're done. And the little bit of a community that they ended up having was basically just the same top 8, the same top 3 players every tournament. Nobody gave a fuck. And eventually Soul Calibur basically died. That's it. And that's what it is. What's up, man? Destazo? Destazo? Oh, man, I'm horrible with the, man, you guys get really creative with y'all names, man. Shit. But anyway, what's up? And hidden one. But yeah, man, I have my problems with the game, and I just feel like, you know, I feel like as a creator, as a content creator, I have so many games. You know, I have so many games I can play. I have Game Pass. I do have a few subscribers that would love to see me play other games, other shit, talk about other things. And it's like, yeah, in 2026, that's the plan. It's not to say that I'm not going to play Tekken anymore. It's just that I think I think the best thing for me, as I've said earlier in the stream, is I'm gonna make a schedule, and I'm gonna start treating. I'm gonna further treat this more like a business, because yeah, I do want to make money off of this. I do want to grow. I do want to provide more value to my subscribers, and I want to be more creative, and you know, and just only playing Tekken. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not main man. I'm not Lil Majin, you know, and I don't have their audience. So, you know, I think they are exceptional at what they do, but I think that my path lies elsewhere, with Tekken being like, okay, well, I'll have like Sunday Suffering with Tekken, or, you know, Monday Madness with Tekken, or some shit like that, right? I'll make like a theme around it. And then maybe on like another day, I might be playing like a first person shooter, or another day I'll be playing like an open world game, you know what I'm saying? And then I'll have different audiences for those games. And there might be some crossover, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure there's a few Tekken players that like other games. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure there's some people out there that like things other than Tekken, you know? So I feel like if I can kind of find a good schedule, stick with that, speak about the news, because I love the gaming industry. And, you know, pretty soon we're going to be having the next PlayStation 6, the next Xbox. There's going to be a lot of news around that. I want to cover that. I want to cover the upcoming games, a lot of games coming out that I want to talk about. There's, you know, I want to grow. And so I know I'm more than likely going to lose a lot of subscribers. I already know it's going to happen. Anytime you pivot from doing one thing as a content creator to try to do something else, you're going to lose some people along the way. And I already know it's going to happen. So I'm just going to be interested to see who's going to stick around. So I have a feeling a few people, but I know I'm going to lose a lot. But the beauty of this is once you get monetized on YouTube, unless you violate terms of service, even if I were to drop to like, say 500 subscribers, like God forbid, right? Because I'm at 2,000 something now. So if 1,500 people just left me because I stopped playing Tekken like that, that'd be madness. But let's just say, you know, whatever, I end up only having 500 people left. I'm still going to be monetized. You know what I'm saying? So you always have that capability as a creator to kind of find a new audience, and then people that want to rock out with you, that want to support what you do, they'll stick with you. And so, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing who's going to do that. And I understand there's people that subscribe to my channel or even fucking learned about my channel solely because of Tekken 8. I get that. I 100% respect that. Just like I respect those people that love the game. There are people out there that love Tekken 8. You know, God bless them. You know what I'm saying? But I look at the game, and from a design standpoint, I just see so many issues with the game. And there was a guy that made a comment on, I think, my last video it was such a good comment. And there really wasn't much there wasn't much that I could add to it aside from just tell him I agree. Was that we both agree that because of the mechanics of heat and rage in Tekken 8, it's going to be very hard for the Tekken 8 devs to really fix or alter this game, because the core of Tekken 8 is surrounded by heat and rage. That's the core mechanic. So even if you were to balance Nina or Anna or King or Yoshimitsu or fucking Lars or whatever character, you still have to deal with the heat those characters have. You still have to deal with that possible rage art they might just throw out of fucking nowhere, like a RKO. Like, so those elements are always going to be present. That's the thing about with Tekken Tag. With Tekken Tag had its bullshit characters, but the mechanic of Tekken Tag was the Netsu system, which many of you probably don't remember, or probably too young to know. But the Netsu system worked similar to Rage, where depending on which character you are paired with, if character A is getting his or her ass beat, character B, the character that's not tagged in yet, their life bar would start flashing. And then once you tag them in, they have a Netsu charge to where temporarily they're doing extra damage. And then say certain characters build Netsu faster than others. So for instance, Kazuya and Heihachi, from what I remember, they didn't generate Netsu between each other because they hate each other. But another pairing, generated Netsu faster. So that was like the added little mechanic behind Tekken Tag that some people probably wasn't even aware of. And then also the tag aspect was a mechanic in Tekken Tag. But when you look at the mechanic of Tekken 8, which is Heat and Rage, it's fucking insufferable. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's like you're beating down a player that might be at the same level as you or better than you, using a character that's better than your character. And then as you're about to win, here they come, pop heat, and now they're fucking doing unga bunga shit on you, and then they steal a crucial round that they would have lost under any other circumstance. That's Tekken 8. That's the aspect of the game I can't stand. It's not that I have a problem with, oh, this character's OP or Yoshimitsu is bullshit or Anna is bullshit. No, I've dealt with bullshit characters all my fucking Tekken career. The issue is that I can get... I use this example with a friend of mine. I could go and have a very strong match with a player like Nee, or a player like Arslan Ash, or a player like JDCR in Tekken 8. But let's just say if it's grand finals at EVO and I'm about to fucking win, and then motherfucking Nee, uncharacteristic of him, throws out a Hail Mary rage art and fucking beats me. Now, can you imagine the entire crowd will be losing their shit? I would be nervous as fuck because I'm human. I'm not a fucking robot. I have nerves. I'm about to fucking win I'm about to win Evo with my character because in my mind, I'm using Lei, of course. So it's Lei versus Brian. I'm fighting against one of my fucking Tekken heroes in a match that favors me because Lei has always had a favorable match over Brian. It's always been that way. And I'm about to win, and this guy throws out a fucking rage art. Now we're going to another round. Now the pressure is all on me for a round that under any other circumstances, even with him being Nee, I would have won. That's the bullshit of Tekken 8. That's the shit I can't stand. Because you could be playing against somebody that is better than you, has a better character than you, but maybe, you're whipping up on them, you got their number, you're playing out of your fucking mind, and then all of a sudden here comes the bullshit. Like, that's the type of shit that makes me want to fucking rage quit and just say fuck this game. And because I don't feel like I lost in a legitimate way. Now, if the person okay, maybe they taunt jet uppered me, or maybe they sidestep hop kicked, or maybe they blocked my move, maybe they're rushing me down, that's different. But to suffer a loss because they activated a fucking help me mechanic like heat or rage, and they just went fucking ham on me and doing running shit I can't do nothing about, really. Like, come on. So it's like, this is why I would have these discussions with Tekken House, who's a King player, and we'd have these disagreements over the last couple of months, and I'm like, yeah, King is a bullshit character, but many of the things I complain about King, ironically, King has always really had. King largely has had the down forward 2-1 delayed string for a while. But when you factor in the fact that the game took away the ability to tech crouch grabs, it took, which was absolutely ridiculous, in addition to them taking out chicken, which basically makes it so that brain rot characters like Asuka can have a fucking field day by just doing ha, 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 and do this bullshit. And you can't really do anything about it except just let her do it and see if she does it or not. you know, but yeah, with King, for instance, you know, when you factor in the way that character's heat works, when you factor in his heat smash and all the other mechanics, when you factor all of that, combine that with the King character, that's what makes it bullshit. It's not if you were to strip away the heat and rage and bring back crouch teching, then King would be no different than what he was when I basically dealt with Lil Majin damn near 20 years ago. And the same thing goes with Yoshimitsu. Yoshimitsu has always had the fucking Yoshi Flash. It's just when you fucking pair it with heat and rage, now certain characters become more insufferable than they normally would be. Because believe me, I've fought some of the best King players in the United States. And so I know that character inside and out. But when you add on, oh, now you can't tech crouch grabs. Now he has fucking heat, and then he gets heat back when he grabs you. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, and that's just on the medium end. Like, he's not the worst offender, but it definitely makes the character more insufferable than he would be if the mechanics were not in place the way they were. And that's the thing that I argue with a lot of these Tekken players, that more often than not, they try to argue their point. And I'm like, you are aware that I am a 30-year veteran of this franchise, and I've competed and fought against some of the best players in the United States, right? And many times I do want to say that, and sometimes I do. I have to try to be patient and be like, maybe these people just don't know who I am. Maybe they just are overestimating what they think they know. I have to kind of be more patient. And that's something I've struggled with. Because I could take those same players that would beat me in Tekken 8 and I would wash them in any other Tekken. But it's Tekken 8. And that's just the thing that annoys me, that I don't feel like I'm really losing against my opponent. I feel like I'm losing to a mechanic. I'm losing to, oh, they just popped heat. Now I gotta watch out for this. I gotta watch out for this. If I block it, it don't matter. They're safe any fucking way. Oh, and it's doing chip damage, and it's plus 1,000,000 on block. So what the fuck am I supposed to do then? Like, and so I have to survive this period of time of them being in heat. Oh, and then you have certain characters that can regain their heat by either doing a grab like King can, or doing a stupid spinneroonie like Lars does. Like, it's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. Like, there were so many other ways that the developers could have taken this game and made it not only accessible, but they could have also balanced it to a point where you leave out the fantastical and at least try to be at least a little bit more rooted into what Tekken actually is. But because they were chasing the money, they decided to be overtly fucking brain dead, introduce all these brain rot mechanics, take away chicken to basically positively affect Asuka, take away crouch teching to positively affect grappler characters. This is the facts. It's not my opinion. These are the fucking facts. And this is the game. So it's like, now I don't even, man, this game, man. Jesus Christ. It makes it hard for me to respect certain players in this game. It really does. unless they are actually going to tournaments and going to events and putting in that work, outside of that, I can't even say that, because I would respect anybody in any game. That's like me respecting a fighter. I don't care if you win or lose, you still stepped in that ring. You still stepped in that cage. So on the strength of that, I have to respect that. So that's what it is for me with anybody that competes in any game. I don't care if you're a first-person shooter. I don't care what game it is. The fact that you compete, you studied the game enough to be viable enough to have the confidence to travel outside of your home state to pit your skills against another person. I respect that. I may not respect your character, but I respect the player for doing that. That will never change. But when it comes to Tekken 8, this game is a fucking joke for me. It's a party game. And it's like, why am I wasting so much of my time playing a game that, you know, it's just not that good for me? I can acknowledge it's good for some other people, especially if you're making money off of it. You know, if you're on your Coach Kazama shit, charging $500 to get people to Tekken. If you making money like that, shit, yeah, keep going. You know, I wouldn't do that, you know, but, you know, at least not that much. Jesus Christ. But, you know, but if you have that love and passion for Tekken, yeah, I'm not going to stomp on somebody's love. You know, if you love the game, shit, enjoy, you know, but it is what it is, you know? But yeah, I think that Tekken 8 can be fixed. And I had not an argument, but I had a comment exchange with somebody, and I said that it can be changed. It's do the developers want to change it? That's the question. Oh, Lil Majin just went live just now. Yeah, so that's really the issue is, do they want to change this game? I personally don't think so. I don't think that season 3 is going to be as earth-shattering as people are hoping it to be. Could it be? Sure. But I just don't see it. You know, I just don't see it. I just don't. But I don't know. What time is it? 9:27. I think I had a pretty good stream so far. I was kind of running my mouth, but I didn't have much direction here. I just felt like just going live. So I really appreciate those people that, you know, tuned in and checked me out. You know, that's pretty cool. I appreciate that. I don't know what you guys got planned. It shows there's 11 people here. So, you know I'm about to probably go and get something to eat and just kind of just relax. And it's Spicy, I would say, you know, go on over and check out Lil Majin's stream, man. That's the King Master right there, or one of them. And I was telling Tekken House I'd want to see him do a collab with between the two of them, because they're two of the top kings I've personally played. And especially even just from a legacy standpoint. I mean, they're about as, you know, old as I am in the game. And I don't know. I guess I'll see if that manifests. And I'm gonna go to the bodega, see if I can get my little 2 bagels and cream cheese. Maybe if I can get me 2 of my Celsius drinks. I'm gonna try to get that Celsius sponsorship. Yeah, Tekken House. Yeah, Mick. Yeah, man, he enjoys the game. He enjoys the game. He's on the come up too with his content creation. Really cool guy. So yeah, he is definitely one of the top. It's hard for me to deal with because, you know, I played him during a Mike Hollow stream, talking about Tekken House. And I got destroyed. I think he beat me 5-0. Most of it I wasn't even caring. During that, I remember during the Mike Hollow stream, the reason why I went there in the first place was really to talk about Tekken. And then eventually it was like, all right, let's do a beef set, even though we didn't have really beef. And in that stream, if you remember, or if you were even aware, you know, it was mostly NA versus UK. So we were like the only American versus American. So, and also like he and we talked about it afterwards. He was like, yeah, a lot of people don't even know that you're a lay player. You're not a Raven player. so it's like, it was like, it's like you're not playing me at my best. You know what I'm saying? Like he is a master level king player. So much of the things that I could do to him using Raven, it would be very difficult because, you know, he's a master king player. And, you know, I would need lay because I'm a master lay player. So it's just, so I told him, like, if they ever bring my character back, you know, I'm going to come looking for you. And he was like, I got you. So we go definitely run that back. And I definitely want to play Lil Majin again, because the last time we played was literally 20 years ago. That was like literally the last time we played. And I doubt he even remembers this. Because I remember I went to a tournament in, it was a local for him, honestly, because it was in Memphis, Tennessee. So I was in a car driving for 13 hours. I wasn't driving, but my tall ass was in the car, and I was, you know, I got long. I'm 6'5", so I was in the back seat, and I felt like an Amazon package. Like I was like, bro, like I felt like I don't know. But yeah, I would definitely need Lay to fight the two of them. I can and another thing is I could I have played better with Raven? Yes, I could have. In fact, he and I played several, maybe a week or two before the Mike Hollow stream. I was streaming, I remember. And yes, I remember I was streaming and Tekken House hit me up on stream, and then he was like, oh, you want to run some games? And I was like, fine, sure, whatever. And I think at first I was using, I think at first I was using Steve, and then he beat me, and then I switched to Raven, and I think I beat him the first 2 games. And then after that, I think he started to come back. I don't know. I think he would remember more than I do. But and then maybe a week or 2 after, that's when we did the Mike Hollow thing. I was kind of like not really into it. I just wanted to kind of like, I wanted to introduce myself to a new audience. And with Mike Hollow's audience, I wanted to get a few of my talking points about Tekken 8. And I was like, all right, you know, fine. You know, I didn't really care whether I won or lost, you know, with the Raven situation. But yeah, definitely I look forward to playing Tekken House again with Lay. If they ever bring my character into the fold. I guess we'll see. What's up, Retro? Well, the only way people could really play me is if you have an Xbox. If you got an Xbox, you know, we can make it happen. But if you are on some PlayStation shit, there is no crossplay for Tekken 7. But yeah, yeah, tall, yeah, man. But I think the way Lei is right now in Tekken 8. I mean, excuse me, Tekken 8. Wow, that tells you where my mind is, right? The way he is in Tekken 7 right now, I like myself over anybody. I'm that confident. I am that fucking confident. I like myself over anybody. If it's online, if it's a good connection, but in person, I would probably, I think the matchup that was giving me trouble the last time that I was playing Tekken 7 seriously was Kunimitsu, because she was kind of still new at the time, and I was having because she has so much new shit, and she ended up being bullshit in the game anyway. She was real top tier, and who else? I didn't have a problem with Nina. Jin, I was confident. King, that was easy. Tekken 7 King, easy. Because most of the like the matchup with Lei versus King, Lei versus King, Lei versus Brian, Lei versus Steve, they're all that's easy work for me. You would have to be like a master with King, which is what Lil Majin and Mick are. So that's why I'd be interested in how they would fight me, because much of the time I don't have to be there. I'm Lei. I can just lay on the ground. So all that down forward 2-1 shit that has no bearing on me, none at all. And also with the movement, tiger stance, auto parries, drunken stance, Crane and Dragon probably, well, actually Dragon would really, because I would be on plus frames quite often in that matchup, because King doesn't have an attack reversal. He can only attack reversal kicks. So that would just be me just running frame traps all day. And then the minute they go to retaliate, I'm laying on the ground and I can just roll away and reset. So it's like, so one, you're going to have a lot of patience. Two, you're going to have to really know the Lei matchup. And three, you're going to have to be a master level King player. Otherwise, you're going to get destroyed. And then Brian, it's even worse. Because at least with King, you can probably get lucky with a few chain grabs with that bullshit, but Brian, you have nothing like that. Brian has no crouch grabs, no chain grabs. So like all of Brian's best shit, I can literally avoid it with Lei. Easy. With Steve Fox, that's easy. Drunk punch parry all day. Parry literally 90% of Steve's offense. What else? Who else? The people that give Lei, or at least my Lei, the most trouble is characters that can fight him where he Lei is. Like, for instance, like Zafina. Zafina is an annoying matchup. Eddie Gordo is annoying. Ling Xiaoyu is fucking annoying, because those characters can fight you wherever you're at. Whereas characters like King, Steve, Brian, they have to, I mean, every character can attack you low, but there really isn't much to worry about. And also with ground grabs, at least in Tekken 7, I can break those. So it's like, it's really not much of a problem for me. But with suck ass Raven, that's different. Oh man. But then again, I mean, I'm not exactly a master level Raven player either. So, maybe somebody that's like a master level Raven would have definitely put up a better fight against Mick and Lil Majin. Happy birthday, Retro. That's that's so fucking random that your birthday is right now and you're in the stream. That's I'm honored. Definitely, man. If I had some of those fancy little things that you pop up on the screen, I would do it. But I guess I'll maybe in 2026 I'll learn more of these things. I know on Twitch I think you got it, but I need to figure out how to work my Twitch as well. So, but yeah, happy birthday to you, and I hope it's a memorable one. And eat some cake, you know. That's something I haven't had in a while. Usually I don't really celebrate my birthdays too much. I've been mostly on some lonely shit. You know, my birthday is kind of comes and goes. But I don't know. I'll see what happens. I'll be 46 next year in September, maker willing. So we'll see how that goes. You know, but yeah, I'm so looking forward to just exploring different games. And like I said, I know I'm going to lose a lot of subscribers. I know I'm probably not going to have a lot of people that's going to tune into the streams after a while, because, you know, maybe like I said, when I make my schedule, I'll schedule like, okay, I'm going to play Tekken on this day at this time. I'm probably going to have a good reception for that. But if I'm playing like a game like Hollow Knight, Silk Song, Shredder's Revenge, you know, Call of Duty, something that is not Tekken, it's going to take me a while to build up other people that might find my channel, subscribe to see me play those games. And then maybe, you know, out of maybe like 10 subs that may have subscribed for Tekken, maybe like 3 of them are also into like, you know, Call of Duty or an open world game and shit like that. So that's basically the hope. That's the, you know, that's what I'm going to try to build on. And yeah, I have my channel inspirations with Luke Stevens, Spawn Wave. If any of you guys check those guys out, you'll see kind of like an idea of what I want to go or how I want to do things in the future. And then of course, when playing the games, I use inspirations like Renfail, Cole Carnage, Fighting Cowboy, from the gameplay aspect of like making let's plays, playthroughs, shit like that. So between all of those channels, I want to try to take a little bit of each and try to, you know, spin it and do my own thing with that. So, but that's the goal. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm about to be up out of here, and I appreciate you guys for checking me out. I would just kind of just went on here live. Maybe I'll do this more often. I'll probably do this tomorrow, and just, you know, take it day by day. But anyway, take care, y'all. Go check out Lil Majin stream if you guys want y'all Tekken fix still. And I think ShinBlade is doing something too. I think ShinBlade was gonna do some sort of tournament. I think he is. I think he announced it for Saturday or something. I think he had like a $500 pot bonus. That's an online tournament, so you guys might check him out, see what he's doing over there. And so yeah, so let me get out of here. I'm like rambling. Anyway, peace.